Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. This is a Shadowverse Evolved TCG introduction and class analysis video. The purpose of this video is to share information about the game with you and help you decide on your preferred class and deck. Recently there was a big surge in new players with the just released starter decks. I'm very happy to see the community growing. For new players, choosing a class can sometimes be a headache, and because there are not many places with compiled information, I have decided to record this video. The video will be split into 3 parts. In the first part, I will be talking about 10 reasons that you may find Shadowverse Evolve enjoyable. The second part will be very short, with me explaining some key class mechanics and abilities so that it will not be confusing when I mention them later. The third part and the main focus of the video will be deck showcase, explanation and cost analysis for each class and their main archetypes, as well as information on the starter decks and how to upgrade them. Deck links will be available in the description as well as timestamps if you'd like to skip to the class you'd like to watch. Let's begin. Number 1. The game is easy to learn, even with no prior experience in other card games. This makes it easy to introduce to friends or family members and play with them. The card database also has frequently asked questions attached to each card, making it easy to look up something if you are not sure about it. Great artwork. The cards look amazing. Let's look through a few of them. And here is also Ginsetsu Great Fox from Abysscraft, Ralmia Sonic Racer from Swordcraft, Elf Queen of Abundant Life from Forestcraft, Mysteria Magic Founder from Runecraft. Number 3. Interesting card mechanics that give variation to each class and prevent it from becoming stale. This way you don't have to play the same old boring deck for 2 years. Number 4. Card durability is very good. Cards do not curl or get damaged easily. 5. Crossover sets that release from time to time introduce you to characters from other popular games or series. So far we have had Vanguard, UmaMusume and Cinderella, with Princess Connect coming in a couple of sets. 6. Guaranteed pricing. These are separate from the promo packs that you get by participating in store tournaments. We often receive specific promo cards or items, such as playmats, that are awarded on the monthly showdowns, as well as set release tournaments or sometimes even given free on holidays. These very often have quite some value, making them rewarding to your local shop community. Here are some examples. Dragon Oracle promo going for about 150. Soul Conversion promo going for about 9. There have been higher sales on this, but this is a playmat that was on the release event for Seaside Memories, which goes about 100 to 200. There are also other items similar or in lower value than this. These are just some prime examples. Seven. Shadowverse Evolve is a game where you can enjoy opening booster boxes while ensuring you get the cards you want. Simply group up with friends from different crafts and split the cards that each person needs. Cards that are neutral staples. Neutrals go in every craft, can be used in every craft. Like I mentioned, cards that are neutral staples are rarely released, and even then, not all classes need them. 8. All decks don't go to the trash. the game becomes more affordable if you stick to the same class. Here is an example regarding Abysscraft's Machina deck. This is Abyss Machina from set 7. These were the cards used, at least the main variation of the deck. And now let's leave it here and let's go to this will be in the next set, since we are currently starting with BP 16, so this will be for the next set. As you can see, most of the cards, this one, so we have 3, 6, 9 plus 6, 15 cards are the same ones as before. This is 10 sets later, but now with just a few more. Let's see, here it is. First of all, let's go through the new additions. These are low-cost cards that were introduced in between. As you can see, there was nothing high in value here. And this is a deck example for the next set, BP 17. As you can see, the only additions other than those that I had is a gold rare. This one is silver, gold rare, gold, and this as well, and only one legendary new card, and this brings the deck from non-existence to tier 1. You just need 3 copies of the legendary card and some of the cheaper ones that will be available in the next set. Since the Abysscraft class is quite popular and it is a tier 1 deck, let's assume that the legendary goes for 25 per copy, and then let's say 10 for all the gold rares, so 85 total. Let's say 10 for shipping, that's 95. 95 will bring a deck from non-existence back to tier 1. Number 9. There is an official mobile app that serves as life and mana counter. It also has options for your leader's emotes, similar to Hearthstone if you have played before. The game has a few preset leaders, and you can get more of them by scanning the physical copy of a leader card. Let's look at 2 of them.
The dragon's roar is with you. This curse is mine to bear. Now it's my turn. Greetings, friend. Thanks. Unfortunate. Impressive display. What card is that? What to play next? My spear is one with the dragon.
You can see here the mana costs. Hope everyone liked the emotes. Here is the mana cost. You can select it to go. When you spend, you can have it as empty, and you can edit the life points on the top. There's also dice roll, making it easy to roll dice every time. Let's look at one more leader for Abysscraft this time before we go to the next topic.
Up for some fun? Let's play fetch with your soul! Arf, arf, my turn! Let's play rough. Aw, you shouldn't have. I'm sorry, okay? Woo, we're gonna enjoy this. Seriously? You're on a one-way trip to the underworld.
Okay. Number 10. Last but not least, most sets contain high value cards, so there is value to be had in breaking boxes. Certain sets also contain serialized cards or even god packs, although obtaining those is kinda hard. Okay, let's look at a few sets. So we have the 12, 13, these two were combined in one booster box, so this is one set basically. You can see it has quite a few valuable cards. There's also one more that should have been here at the top that is missing. Then we have, where is it? This is set 11. We have the big chase cards and then some others. Then we have set 10. Here once again, these were quite rare, but as you can see they have a lot of value to them. And I think this is set 8. This is quite an old set, and as you can see it still holds value, even for regular legendary cards. They're still holding up some value. Hope you have found some topics that resonate with you and that you will enjoy while playing the game. Let's move to the second part. Fanfare ability takes place when a card is put onto the field. Last Words is an ability that takes effect when a card is moved from your field into the cemetery. Cards with quick ability can be played during your opponent's turn at the following timings: when an enemy follower attacks or during your opponent's end phase. Activated abilities. These are abilities that can be activated anytime during your main phase. If combined with the quick ability, they can also be activated during your opponent's turn at the appropriate timings. Strike is an ability that takes effect during your turn when your follower with strike ability declares an attack before combat damage is dealt. Intimidate. Followers with this ability cannot be attacked by enemy followers. Aura. Cards with this ability cannot be selected by enemy abilities. Basically, they cannot be targeted, but they can still be attacked by other followers or take AoE ability damage. Assail. Followers with this ability can attack reserved vertical enemy followers. Ward. When attacking, if your opponent has any engaged horizontal followers with ward, you must select one of them to attack. You cannot bypass him and attack another follower without ward or the enemy leader. You may engage your followers with ward at the following timings: when they're put onto the field or during your end phase. Storm. Followers with Storm may attack the enemy leader or engaged enemy followers the turn they are put onto the field. Rush, similar to Storm but weaker. Followers with Rush may attack engaged enemy followers the turn they are put onto the field. While on the topic of Rush, please remember that evolved followers gain the ability to attack engaged enemy followers even if they were put onto the field just this turn. Drain. When one of your followers with Drain deals attack damage while attacking, your leader gains the same amount of life back. Please remember that this is only when your follower is the one that declares the attack and not when he's being attacked. Bane. When one of your followers with Bane attacks or is attacked by an enemy follower, destroy the enemy follower after combat. It does not need to have dealt damage. This means that even if your follower has 0 attack, it will still trigger after the combat. Now let's move on to some class specific abilities. Combo is a Forestcraft exclusive ability. Combo ability takes place if you have played at least X amount of cards this turn. So in order for me to enable a card with combo 3, I need to have played 3 cards this turn. This also includes the card with the ability itself. Spellchain, Earthrite and Stack are Runecraft exclusive abilities. Spellchain abilities take effect if there are at least X amount of spells in your cemetery. So for me to play Spellchain 3 card ability, I need to have 3 spells in my grave. Earthrite and Stack abilities are often found in the same deck. Cards with a Stack ability serve as a resource for cards with the Earthrite ability. As you can see, Earthrite ability takes place by removing 1 stack counter from your field. There are also Earthrite abilities that cost more than 1 stack counter. Overflow is a Dragoncraft exclusive ability. Overflow is considered active when your maximum number of play points is at least 7. Necrocharge and Sanguine are Abysscraft exclusive abilities. Necrocharge takes place if you have at least X amount of cards in your cemetery. So for me to activate a Necrocharge 10 ability, I need to have 10 cards in my grave. Sanguine is considered active if your leader's life points have been decreased during your turn. It only lasts for that specific turn. It does not carry on to following turns. You will need to re-enable it again. And this was it for the second part of this video. We will now move on to the third part, where we will be showcasing the main archetypes for each class, as well as making cost analysis and upgrades for the starter decks. In this part of the video, we'll talk about Forestcraft and its main archetypes. The main decks are Fairies, Natura, Puppet, Festive, Hunter, and Beasts. Puppet and Festive are usually played combined. The Fairy deck aims to overwhelm the opponent with many small followers, which you will then buff or have buffed prior to playing them, and then close the game with storm abilities. So there are cards like Fairy Circle, Spirit Sign, Intertwined Resolve, and Aria, which will generate tokens. As you can see, Aria gives us 2 fairy tokens in our EX area, while Intertwined Resolve second ability gives us 2 fairy tokens onto our field. So let's play this.
Mic off. Mic on.
Then we can, for example, play Blessed Fairy Dancer. It will give each pixie follower on our field an EX area +1/+1. So this would become, for example, 2/2. And allowing us to attack the opponent from the second turn for 4 damage. A very key card of the deck is Aria Miasma Fairy. Let's go ahead and read all its abilities. First of all, it cannot be played from the EX area. While it's on the field or in our EX area, its pixie token follower on our field has Rush. And when it dies with the Last Words ability, we may put it into our EX area to continue to have the previous effect that give the tokens Rush. The Evolve, once we evolve it, we can search our deck for a Pixie Amulet that costs 2 or less and summon it.
Mic off. Mic on.
The main amulet you want to search for is Titania Sanctuary. It gives its pixie token follower on our field +1/+1 as soon as it's put on our field. And while this card is on our field, pixie tokens have Assail. Also, whenever a pixie token is put onto our field, it will gain +1/+1. Okay, this will gain +1/+1 from the Fanfare ability. Let's assume they go away. If for now we play this one, it will gain Rush from Aria Miasma Fairy. Assail from Titania Sanctuary, as well as +1 attack and defense. This will allow us to attack Katsuragi Ace straight away, even though it is reserved vertical. So both of these die. Now that we have Titania Sanctuary in our field, every time we play a fairy token, it will gain +1/+1. This means that even though we're paying 1 mana, each one of these will have 2/2 as soon as it comes on our field. Now to close the game, we would play usually either Amatas or Cynthia, which give our fairies Storm, which is essential in order to be able to damage the leader straight away. Let's resolve Amatas, for example. Fanfare, put a fairy token in our field. So we put... and then give each pixie follower in our EX area +1/+1. So for example, this would become 2/2. And this one that was already buffed will become 3/3. Then we can pay 1 mana to move this forward. It will gain +1 from Titania Sanctuary. This one costs 0 mana. We will move it forward. It will gain +1/+1 from Titania Sanctuary. Then we will tap Amatas to select the 2 tokens and give them Storm, allowing us to attack the opponent leader for 7 damage. Another unit that gives Storm to our pixies is Cynthia the Queen's Blade. On Fanfare, she will put a Fairy Wisp token in our EX area. So that's 6 mana. It will also give its pixie token follower currently on the field +2 attack. While it's on the field, its pixie token on our field has Storm and Assail. And whenever a token is put onto our field, a pixie token is put on our field, it gives it +2 attack. This means that if I move this forward, it will gain +2 attack from Cynthia and +1 attack and defense from Titania Sanctuary, becoming 4/2 in stats. If we pay 2 more mana to move this forward, this will become a 5/3, allowing us to output a lot of damage, as you can see. These are the main cards of the deck. We will now move on to the next deck. We will now talk about the Forestcraft Puppet Festive deck. The Puppet Festive deck is a deck that achieves victory by outputting a lot of followers with high stats in one single turn. If required, it will finish off the opponent's last remaining life points with burn or storm abilities. The basic combo in order to achieve the high stat output is based around Hozume enchanting Hostess. Let's look at it really quick. The next Festive card will play cost 2 less, and on Evolve, by paying 2 mana to activate the ability, we banish another Festive card from our field and search for a card that costs 7 or less and summon it. We can only activate it if we've played at least 3 cards this turn, so basically combo 3, and once per turn. So let's go ahead and do the combo. Pay 3 mana, play Hozume. Now the next Festive card we play cost 2 less, we'll go ahead and play Elven Waitress. So we're at combo 2 currently. We'll move 1 puppet token to the front. So now we're at combo 3. We pay 1 more mana to evolve Hozume. We will pay 2 mana to activate the ability, banishing the Elven Waitress, which is Festive, and searching our deck for Forest Oracle Pascal. It has Ward, so we can block opponents' attacks. Fanfare, select an enemy follower on the field and put it on the top of its owner's deck. At the start of our end phase, it will give each other follower on the field +2/+2 and our leader +4. So basically at the end phase, this would become... it would become 3/3. And this one would become 5/5. While it's not bad, it is not ideal, since it can easily be answered by a lot of decks. However, if we achieve higher combos, which require cards like Lloyd, which is a 0-cost body, and Natura, it will literally overwhelm the opponent in one turn. So let's look at an ideal combo now. Okay. For 3 mana, we will play Natura Bestial Innkeeper. So pay 3 mana, play her. If there are at least 3 festive cards on our field, or in our EX area, we can search our deck for a festive follower that costs 3 or less. So that's 1 festive card and 2 festive cards in our EX area. We'll search our deck for Hozumi and summon it. We're still at combo 1, the summon doesn't count. Now the next festive card that I play this turn costs 2 less. We'll go ahead and, let's see, play the Katakuri Servant. So now we're at combo 2. This will give us another puppet token. Next, we'll move Lloyd forward. We'll recover 2 life points from Lloyd. And we still have 4 mana. By playing Lloyd, we have achieved the combo 3. So we can go ahead and pay 1 mana to evolve Hozumi. And then pay another 2 mana, banishing Katakuri Servant. See, banish, view deck, and summoning Forest Oracle Pascal. To finish it off, we'll just move, let's see, the Tinkering Shopkeeper. To the front. Now, when we move to the end phase, we will get +2/+2 in all of those 4 followers. So this will become 4/3. This will become 4/6. This will become 5/5. And this will become 4/4. Now this is not something a lot of decks can answer. And if they don't kill Hozumi, we can repeat this the next turn for just 2 mana. If they don't kill Forest Oracle Pascal, the buff will happen again on our next end phase. And we'll also recover another 4 life points. By engaging these 2, we'll also protect ourselves. So reaching Hozumi and Forest Oracle Pascal will become incredibly hard. This means that some of these will remain in the next turn. And will attack the opponent. Now, other ways to close the game is no Vengeful Puppeteer. On Fanfare, he will give us 2 puppet tokens in our EX area, and by paying another 2 to evolve, so a total of 7. Now he gains the effect that any puppet we play costs 1 less, so basically we can play these ones for free. They gain +1 attack and have Storm, so we can deal 8 damage to the opponent leader. Another way to close the game is with Orc's Puppet Girl. Let's go back to 7 mana. Let's go ahead and play it. As you can see, it has 2 evolve options. We'll go ahead and use the second one that costs 4 mana, so a total of 7. On evolve, it will summon 4 puppet tokens. Let's go ahead and do this. While this card is on our field, its puppet on our field has Assail. This means we can now attack the Katsuragi Ace, which is standing. They also have Rush inherently. Now, whenever a puppet we control leaves the field, we can deal 2 damage to an enemy leader or enemy follower. So, by attacking with a puppet to the Katsuragi Ace, we'll bring her down to 3 life points. The puppet will leave the field since it dies, and now we have the option to deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, bringing him down to 6. If we repeat this another 3 times, Katsuragi Ace will eventually die, and since 3 puppets left the field, we will deal another 6 damage to the enemy leader, bringing him down to 0 and closing the game. So that's how the puppet festive deck works. And that's everything. We'll move on to the next deck. We'll now talk about the Forestcraft Natura deck. The Forestcraft Natura deck revolves around using Ladika the Stormclaw to cause board wipes and simultaneously storm damage. It can also close the game using the Seka and Fairy engines. We have a lot of cards that will generate Natura Grade 3 either in our field or in our EX area. When this card leaves the field, draw a card, then discard a card. This is Ladika the Stormclaw. The whole deck resolves around this and her spell. Let's go ahead and look at Ladika. 4 mana base, 1 to evolve. We can only activate the evolve, however, if we have played at least 5 cards this turn, so basically combo 5.
Mic off. Mic on.
Whenever a Natura Grade 3, so these tokens, is put onto our field, we recover 1 play point. So basically, play Ladika for 4. Pay 1 mana. Play the Natura Grade 3. Recover 1 mana back from Ladika's effect. Now we're at combo 2. Pay 1 mana. Play the next 3. Recover 1 mana from Ladika. Combo 3. Repeat this 1 more time. Pay 1 mana. Play the 3. Recover. Now we're combo 4. Now either by playing another 3 or using the Send and Piking to fill and keep some resources, which is 0 mana, select Ladika the Stormclaw on our field, give it +1 attack, and because now we have achieved combo 5, it will deal damage equal to its attack to its enemy follower on the field. So this will become 6/6. And then it will deal 6 damage to all enemy followers, so all of them will go to the cemetery. We have also achieved combo 5, so we can go ahead and spend our last play point and evolve her. Now she will become a 7/7 Storm, which will allow us to attack the opponent directly, bringing him down to 13. The whole deck resolves around doing this multiple times. There are ways to recover Ladika easily from the cemetery. So one of them is Forest Hermit. Let's go ahead and play it. So that's 1 play point. It will give us another Grade 3 into our EX area. Then by paying 1 more mana to evolve him, select a natural card in our cemetery and add it to the hand. We'll go ahead and add Send and Piking. Another way to recover natural cards from the cemetery is Natural Machinus. When this card is discarded, we can engage, tap a Natural Grade 3 on our field to select a natural card with a different name from the cemetery and add it to the hand. To give an example, let's see. Let's say we activate this one's ability to bury the card, so we pay 1 mana to bury this. Now we can do the draw discard. So we draw, and then we will discard Natural Machinus to activate his effect. When he is discarded, we will engage the Natural Grade 3 in our field and select Ladika the Stormclaw to recover to our hand. Now we can repeat this on the next turn. Play the Ladika, move 3 trees, play the spell again, combo 5, and pay 1 mana to evolve her, becoming a 7/7 storm. This is literally the whole point of the deck. Any remaining life points sometimes can be cleared using the Seka and Fairy engines. We'll now talk about the Forestcraft Hunter deck. The Hunter deck is a deck that combines direct damage, storm followers, and control units and abilities. As soon as the game begins, the first goal you have is to get 3 Hunter cards in the graveyard. This is because many cards benefit from this to unlock abilities. So you use cards like Crossbow Sniper and Seka Fatebound Fox to accelerate this, since they are both Hunter cards and do a draw discard effect, allowing you to get additional cards in the graveyard. The main damage output comes from annihilating onslaught tokens, Izudia, and storm units. To gain the annihilation onslaught tokens, we need to play Izudia and Killing Annihilation. Let's go ahead and play this for 3 mana. As you can see, Fanfare banishing Izudia Omen of Unkilling, which is the other Izudia. Let's go ahead. Let's assume we had this in the graveyard. We'll go ahead and banish it. Select an enemy folder on the field and change its defense to 1. We'll go ahead and change Mysterious Magic Founder defense to 1. Now we have the activate ability to engage this card, select an enemy folder on the field and deal it 1 damage. When it's put from the field into the cemetery, it will give us an annihilating onslaught token into our EX area. Let's go ahead and kill Mysteria. Mysteria dies, and we get one of these tokens in our EX area. As you can see, for 3 mana, we can deal 6 direct damage to each enemy leader. Izudia, Omen of Unkilling. As you can see, if there are at least 300 cards in our cemetery, we can select an enemy folder on the field, change it into an amulet. Remember that amulets are stationary, let's call it items. They cannot attack. They no longer have attack and defense. So if we change this into an amulet, it retains its abilities, but it cannot attack. It doesn't even have attack and defense. And it gains the effect that for 2 mana the enemy can put it into the cemetery to get rid of it, since it's now useless. Then on evolve, by engaging him, we can deal 6 damage to its enemy leader as long as he is over 10 health. So let's go ahead and bring him down to 14. Now, as you see, just by using these and 2 of these tokens, you can bring him down to 2 HP and close with any of the storm units that the deck has. The deck also incorporates the Seka engine, Let's look at the Seka. The first effect is just to look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Forestcraft card that costs 2 or less from among them, add that to the hand. If you added the card, you will also discard the card then. Now we'll look at the second effect, the activated ability. For 3 mana, banish this card and 2 other cards from your cemetery. You may summon Seka Ninefold Blaze from your Evolved deck. This is the Fatebound Fox. The one that we will summon is the Ninefold Blaze. Let's go ahead and do this. So we'll banish this one, this one, this one, and we'll summon, we paid the 3 mana, we'll summon Ninefold. Okay, choose one. Search your deck for Resolve of the Nine-Tailed Fox and add it to your hand, or recover the same spell from your cemetery. Let's go ahead and search it from our deck. As you can see, choose up to 2. Select Seka Ninefold Blaze. Remember, Ninefold Blaze is the advanced, not the basic one. If there are 9 cards in your banished zone, give it +2 attack and defense and storm. And the second ability, select a follower with Seka in its name, so both the advanced and the basic one. Give the first follower +2 attack and defense, and deal the second follower damage equal to its first attack. Let's go ahead and resolve it. We'll pay 1 mana. We'll select both. The first one doesn't happen since we don't have yet 9 in our banished zone. We only have 4. We will resolve the second effect. We select Seka Ninefold Blaze and Unmysterious Prodigy. This one will go up to 5 attack and defense, and An will take 5 damage and go to the cemetery. Now, if we have even more play points, we can, for example, play Age Elf for 3 to accelerate the banish count. As you can see, he has Storm, so he attacks. We can attack the enemy leader as soon as he's put onto the field. We'll go ahead and do that. The Strike ability activates, banishing the top 3 cards of our deck and giving him +1 attack and defense, bringing him up to 3. So let's go ahead and banish them. Deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. Now we'll go ahead and go to the cemetery and repeat the Seka's activated ability effect. So we'll pay 3 mana. Banish these 3 cards. Summon this. And recover one of these from the graveyard. Then we will pay 1 mana to play it. And now, since we have 9 or more banished cards in our graveyard, we can activate both effects. So the first one will give it +2 attack and defense and storm. And the second one will target again Seka and An. This Seka will go up to 7 this time, and An will go to the cemetery. Let's look at it again. Select Seka Ninefold Blaze on your field. If there are at least 9 cards in your banished zone, give it +2/+2 and storm. Second effect resolve, select a follower with Seka in its name and an enemy follower, so we selected Seka and An. Give the first follower, meaning Seka, +2 attack and defense, and deal the second follower damage equal to its first attack. Now, since it has storm, it can attack directly the enemy leader for 7 damage. And this is how the Hunter deck is played. We will now take a look at the Beast deck. The Beast deck is an aggressive deck that chips at your opponent's life points continuously before closing the game with big storm damage. The main units we use to chip damage is Cheshire Cat, Sanguine Sama, and our main damage unit is Salvia Panther. As you can see, this card costs 2 less to play if a beast follower not named Salvia Panther was returned to hand from your field this turn. We can achieve this condition with Baby Carbuncle, which returns a beast card on the field to our hand, and Nature's Guidance, which returns any card on our field to our hand. Let's go ahead and play a small combo. We'll use Cheshire Cat for 1 play point, dealing 1 damage to the opponent. We'll pay 1 play point to play Baby Carbuncle, returning Cheshire Cat to the hand and drawing a card. Now we have fulfilled the Salvia's Panther ability condition, so we will just pay 1 mana to play Salvia Panther and attack the opponent leader for 3 damage, since it has Storm. Another Storm unit we use is Sukuna Brave and the Small, which on combo 3 and 5 gets additional buffs. Another card, since Salvia Panther is very important, we have Windflower Tiger, which searches Salvia Panther by returning another beast follower to the hand. To give an example, we'll play 1 to play Summon Sama and attack the opponent leader for 1 damage. Then we will pay 2 mana, playing Windflower Tiger, returning Summon Sama to the hand, and searching our deck for a Salvia Panther. Since this ability works on all copies of Salvia Panther, we'll go ahead and pay 2 mana to play both of them and storm the opponent for 6 damage. Another card we can use to close the game is White Vanera, which gains attack depending on how many beast followers have been put on the field. So let's go ahead and pay 4 mana to play White Vanera. Then we'll pay 1 mana to play Cheshire Cat, dealing 1 damage to the opponent. Now we'll go and White Vanera will gain 2 attack and defense, going up to 4. Now we'll pay 1 more mana to play Summon Sama. White Vanera will go up to 6/6. We have achieved the condition for strike combo 3. We will attack. Summon Sama will go up to 2, dealing 2 damage to the opponent. Now we will play Baby Carbuncle to recover Summon Sama to the hand and draw a card. White Vanera will go up to 8/8. Now we'll use our last play point and our Super Evolution point. The Super Evolution point will give the evolved follower plus 1 attack and defense. This means that White Vanera, instead of going up to 9/9, due to the Super Evolution point, will go up to 10/10 now. And as you can see, while this follower has at least 4 attack, it has Ward. While at least 7, it has Storm. And while at least 10, it ignores enemy Ward units. So we'll go ahead and close the game with 10 damage. And these are the main mechanics of the Beast deck. Now we will proceed to doing cost analysis for all the Forestcraft ones. We will now do cost analysis for all the decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side, you will find the approximate cost based off USA prices. Please do keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. The current meta decks are Fairies and Beasts, with Natura getting support in the set after the next one. The most budget friendly is Fairies, since most of the cards come from the starter deck. Here are the cards that you want to buy to play the Fairies deck, aside from the starter deck. As you can see, they come at about 60, and just to make sure I have not undercalculated, I put the total of getting 5 copies of Aria, 3 base and 2 evolved, as well as 3 of the Good Fairy, at a total of 60. It's very likely it will be lower, but so you can get it probably cheaper than 120. Next is the Natura deck, while with the Seka engine. Please remember the Seka engine is these 3 cards. It can also be played without the Seka engine as a pure Natura deck. So for example, you can play it with Cynthia instead, which will result in lower pricing, and if you also remove Viridia Magna, which is not a mandatory card, it will go even lower at about 140. We'll now take a look at the Puppet Festive cost analysis. As you can see, the total value comes at about 90. However, these two, this one and where's the other one? Orkis Newfound Heart and Nazuri Bestial Innkeeper are from the set that just released, New World Genesis. So they have not yet been priced, and I put them at about another extra 50. Everything else I believe has already released, and you can obtain them. Now the Forest Hunter, here the Seka engine is mandatory. It also uses other staple cards such as Alice Golden Afternoon and Chipper's Keeper. And last we have the Forest Beast deck. Once again we have the Seka engine, as well as the earlier mentioned staples Alice and Chipper's Keeper. The only card not yet released is Baby Carbuncle, which will come in the new set. However, it's just a bronze card, so there will be no additional cost basically. And that's everything for the Forestcraft deck. Now we'll move on to the next craft. On this part we're gonna talk about Dragoncraft and its main archetypes. The main decks are Disdain, Draconic Duelist, 7 cost, and Wasteland. Let's go ahead and take a look at Disdain. The Disdain deck works by having cards that deal damage to your followers and cards that activate abilities when taking damage. Ability damage. So for example we have Disciple of Disdain. For 0 mana we may select a follower on our field and deal it 1 damage. It can be activated once per turn. And then we have for example Servant of Disdain. If Overflow is active for you, you can select another follower on the field, deal 1 damage to that one and this one, and during your turn, whenever this follower takes ability damage, draw a card. So for example we can play this on turn 1, this one on turn 2, deal it 1 damage, and draw a card. There are also other cards like Apostle of Disdain, which whenever takes ability damage, it gains +1 attack and Storm, allowing us to attack the opponent directly. Another card is Adherent of Ardor. During your turn, whenever this takes ability damage, select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. Now let's talk about our main boss monsters. The first boss monster is Galmuk's Omen of Disdain. During your turn, whenever this follower takes ability damage, change its evolve cost to 0 for the rest of this turn. Let's go ahead and activate Disciple of Disdain's ability to deal it 1 damage. Now we can evolve it for free. We'll go ahead and evolve it. On evolve, select an Omen card that costs 2 play points or less in your cemetery and play it for 0. We'll go ahead and get another Disciple of Disdain. We'll activate this one's ability to deal 1 damage to Galmuk's Omen of Disdain. So it'll go down to 6/4, excuse me. During your turn, whenever this follower takes ability damage, select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. So we'll target Desert Pathfinder and deal it 3 damage. If we have more cards, we can also ping it again. So for example, select a follower on your field, deal it 1 damage to it and its enemy leader and draw a card. We'll go ahead and do 1 more damage to it, the enemy leader, and draw a card. Now we'll deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. And this can repeat itself for as many times as long as you can deal ability damage during your own turn. The next card we'll look at is Galmix Ardent of Disdain, which is our second boss monster. Let's go ahead and play it for 5. Put a Fangs of Ardent Distraction token into your EX area. Let's go ahead and do that. During your turn, whenever this takes ability damage, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You may put one of them into your EX area. If it is an Omen card, it costs 3 less to play this turn. Send the rest to the cemetery. Let's go ahead and activate this Disciple of Disdain ability to deal 1 damage. Now it will go down to 5/4. And the ability will trigger. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. We'll put this into the EX area and send this to the cemetery. Now, since this is an Omen card, it costs 3 less to play, so we can play it for free. Since we are on overflow, with our maximum play points being 7, we'll activate its ability to deal 1 damage to this and Galmix Ardent of Disdain. And we'll draw a card. Now we'll check at the top 2 cards and put, let's go look at the top 2. We found Galmix Ardent, okay, hand, cemetery the rest, field. Now this one, instead of 5, it will cost only 2. Ideally we don't want to play it since we don't have enough mana. We want to activate Fangs of Ardent Distraction here. Let's go ahead and play this. It will deal 1 damage to each follower on the field, and since we are in overflow, 7 mana maximum play points, give its Galmix Ardent Disdain on your field Storm. So this one will take, all followers will take 1 damage, their abilities will trigger again. And this one will gain Storm. So if we look at the top 2, we found more cards, so you repeat this basically as many times as possible and do Storm damage to the opponent. And that's how the Disdain Dragoncraft deck functions. We'll move now to the next deck. We'll now talk about the Draconic Duelist deck. This is a deck that focuses around putting multiple bodies on the field, healing and dealing storm damage. On the first few turns of the game, you will simply play whatever low cost card you have available, such as Dragon's Skull Bludgeoneer and Katakura Kagero. Your main focus is to look for your key card, Romelia Lightning Striker. Let's take a look at its last word ability. If there is an Aftershock on your field, place a lightning counter on each of them. If not, summon one. Let's go and assume it has been sent to the cemetery. And we get the Aftershock amulet on the field. This is also a Draconic Duelist card. Whenever a Draconic Duelist follower is put onto your field, place a lightning counter on this card. If you have 5 lightning counters, you can engage it and select a Dragoncraft follower on your field and give it +2 attack. If you have 10 lightning counters on it, you can select an enemy follower on the field, destroy it and deal 3 damage to its leader. Since some of your early cards are passive, you might take some damage. However, you can heal it back with cards like Dragon Nest, Pure Voice Dragoon and a few others. After the amulet is put onto your field, we have multiple cards that put we have many cards that put multiple bodies on the field, such as Pure Voice Dragoon and Flame Pillar Dragonute. Let's go ahead and look at a small combo. We'll go ahead and pay 5 mana to play Pure Voice Dragoon. Since we are in okay, we can now search our deck for a Draconic Duelist follower that costs 4 or less and summon it. We'll go ahead and grab Drahefiri Dragonlord. Remember that each time a Draconic Duelist follower is put onto your field, this will gain counters. So And since we are in overflow, we'll also recover 3 life points. Now let's move to Royce. The next Draconic Duelist card you play this turn costs 3 less. So we'll go ahead and play Flame Pillar Dragonute for just 1 play point. Select an enemy follower on the field, and if overflow is active, deal it 4 damage. We'll go ahead and deal 4 damage to Machina Prodigy. And this one gets a 3rd counter. Now we'll pay 1 mana to play Hypersonic Dragonute. If there is another Draconic Duelist card on the field, this follower has Rush and Assail. This one will also go up to 4 counters. We'll go ahead and attack with a Hypersonic Dragonute, the Grea. Both of them will go to the cemetery. Now we'll pay 1 more play point to evolve Flame Pillar Dragonute. On evolve, we may search our deck for a Draconic Duelist follower that costs 3 or less and summon it. We'll go ahead and get Masamune Raging Dragon from the deck. Fanfare, if there are at least 3 Draconic Duelist cards on your field, give this follower +2 attack and defense and storm. So this will go up to 4/4. And this will also get another counter. Now we will engage this card to activate its first ability, selecting Masamune Raging Dragon and giving it +2 attack. Now it will go up to 6 and we will attack the enemy leader for 6 damage. And this is basically how the deck functions. We have multiple cards that help putting extra bodies on the field and raising the stack counters. We have cards that heal, and we have cards that have gain storm. And this is basically how the deck works. We'll now move on to the next deck. We will now talk about the Dragoncraft 7-cost deck. The deck, as its name reveals, consists mostly of cards that cost 7 play points or more, which makes it slightly slower. Most of its cards have additional effects when discarded to smooth earlier gameplay. Its main damage output comes from the amulets, as well as Burn and Storm. The amulet in question is Dracomancer's Rites. As you can see, on Fanfare you can discard a card to give your leader +1 health, enabling your discard abilities. At the start of your end phase, if you discard the card this turn, you select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal 2 damage. So if there is a threat on the board, we can clear it, and if there is not, we can start damaging the enemy leader. And this works for every copy of this amulet. So if we have multiple, and we do a draw discard, and we do discard a card, both of them will trigger on the end phase. Then we have multiple cards that, when discarded, enable certain effects. For example, Azure Flame Dragonute, if we pay 1 mana to discard this card and another Dragoncraft card that costs 7 or more, we may select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 4 damage. If we combine this, for example, with Wildfire Tyrannosaur, that when discarded, we can pay an additional mana to select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. There are other cards as well. For example, we can let's see. When this card is discarded, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Dragoncraft card that costs 7 or more from among them and add it to your hand. So, for example, if we discard this and this, we will still get a card back. And there are multiple similar cards. We have, for example, Celestial Dragoon. Whenever you discard a card, you can engage him to draw a card. So, since you're engaging him, it's basically once per turn. And on his evolve, you can also look at the top 5 cards of your deck to reveal a 7 cost or higher and add it to your hand. We also want to get a certain amount of high cost cards in the grave to enable abilities such as Burnite and Anathema of Flame. As you can see, this costs 2 less to play if there are at least 4 Dragoncraft cards in your cemetery that cost 7 or more. Then, on its evolved form, let's look at the last ability. At the start of your end phase, if there are at least 7 Dragoncraft cards in your cemetery that cost 7 or more, deal 7 damage to its enemy leader. So as you can see, this is high damage output. It also has the evolve ability to discard a card and select an enemy follower on the field to deal it damage equal to the discarded card's cost to draw a card. And it also has a super evolve ability, which will recover 7 life points for your leader. So it's both a damage dealing card, clearing board, and healing your leader. Very key card of the deck. Other ways to close the game is of course Dark Dragoon Forte, an old favorite, 7 damage with Storm and Aura, as well as Urns. As you can see on Fanfare, we put the top card of our deck in the EX area, and if it costs 5 or more, we can evolve it or return it to its owner's hand. So let's look at the top. Unlucky. Let's look at let's assume it was a high cost card though, so we can show the evolve. And the evolve is basically an 11/11 follower with Storm that ignores Ward. But even if it doesn't trigger, we still have an 8/8 ward that when it leaves the field, it will heal our leader for 8 health. So it's still a great defensive deck if the ability doesn't trigger. And that's how the deck works basically. It's quite simple. You just need to find the optimal combinations for every turn. And let's move on to the next deck. We will now analyze the Dragoncraft Wasteland deck. The Wasteland deck features multiple low-cost followers with big storm units to supplement it. You may also buff the low-cost followers, dealing unexpected damage at certain points. Two of the key cards of the deck are these two amulets, Dutiful Steed. We can bury it to select a follower on the field, and if it's a Wasteland follower, to give it +1 attack and defense, and this one will give Thus follower rush and +1 attack. Keep in mind the buffs only work on Wasteland followers, which is our main archetype. We have cards like Quixotic Adventurer, that generates a Dutiful Steed token into our EX area, Wyrmfire Engineer with Last Words to gain a bullet bike on the field, a Balefire Randsmith to summon straight away a Dutiful token as well as deal damage whenever another Wasteland card is put on your field. So we have many low cost units, and then we can use these cards to buff them at certain points. We also have both of the Forte cards, both the old one and the new one, which are our high cost storm units. So this one is 4 plus 2 evolve points to evolve into a 7/3, and this is a 5 play point cost, 6/5 storm with Intimidate, and if you have already 10 maximum play points, it will also gain an additional attack and aura. So we can also play other cards with storms, such as Genesis Dragon Reborn, but this is mainly up to each person's preference. Another earlier card that will help us control the field and deal cheap damage is Prime Dragon Keeper. As you can see, whenever another Dragoncraft follower that costs 3 play points or less is put onto the field, select an enemy follower on the field, deal 2 damage to it and 1 to its leader, which is also another great card to have in the deck. Another card that will give Storm to another follower and deal unexpected damage is Assault Dragoon. As you can see, we may engage this and select a dragon follower that costs 2 or less on the field and give it +1/+1 and Storm. If combined with cards like Reggie Peerless Assistant, which we can summon a Wasteland follower that costs 2 or less from our cemetery, for example, we can get this out, and also On Overflow it has Storm, and on Evolve it will give its Wasteland follower on the field +1 attack. So if we have remaining units from the previous turn, we can attack for a lot of damage. And not only that, but the deck also incorporates its own ramp engine, similar to Dragon Oracle, but this also features a body. As you can see, nearly Draconic Prodigy from the new set, if there is a mount card on your field, mount cards are this one. You can see the trait on the bottom, so we would need to have one of these on the field. If there is a mount card on your field, increase your maximum play points by 1. So that's basically the way the deck works. On her Evolve, we can also evolve another Wasteland follower. So for example, if we had this on the field, we can evolve Nirle, select Reggie, and then evolve Reggie, which will then buff our Wasteland followers. That's a small combo. We also have cards like Rivalian Bandit, that when he gains attack or defense from various sources, either the mounts or Reggie, any sources, it will gain Storm, so another Storm unit. So that's how the deck basically works. Multiple low units control the early tempo and then finish with Storm units. We will now do cost analysis for all the Dragoncraft decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side you will find the approximate cost based off current USA prices. Please keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. The Disdain deck ranges from 270 to 100, the Draconic Duelist approximately 140, 7 cost approximately at 400 and Wasteland at 125. The two current meta decks are 7 cost and Wasteland. 7 cost will be lasting for many sets to come, so thus its prices. It's also very strong, obviously. The current budget decks are Disdain and Wasteland. As you can see from here, Disdain would require replacing Duelist with Aneros in order to be able to make it into a budget-friendly deck. Draconic Duelist will also be becoming meta-relevant in approximately 3 sets, BP 18, when it's getting lots of new support. That's very good for it. Let's take a look at the starter deck. Basically, you have Dragon Oracle, which is a card that you need in almost every Dragoncraft deck. And everything else is basically only support for the 7 cost. If you can somehow source your evolution points, Dragon Oracle and Dragoncraft leaders from someone else, it can be skipped. However, it's still good to have. Let's take a look at the decks now. First, we have Dragon Disdain. As you can see, Duelist is the main pricey card of the deck. The difference with Aneros is that she has Drain when your leader has 10 or less defense. Instead of Aneros, who deals 2 damage to an enemy follower, this will instead be able to also give to attack to one of your followers, of course at the cost of -2 health. However, please keep in mind that this gives the stats, it doesn't deal damage, so it will not trigger your Disdain followers' abilities. It's just in case you can use it. And there's also the Ravenous Sweetness token. It's a 5 cost token that says you draw 2 cards, the opponent discards 2 cards, you heal 2 life points, and the opponent loses 2 life points, excuse me. So yes, it can be useful sometimes, but if you want to play it budget with Aneros, it will be up to your preference and your budget. Let's look at Draconic Duelist. The most expensive cards here are Drache, Dark Dragon Forte, Masamune, and Romelia. There is no notably high cost cards. So if you like the playstyle, it's not a bad deck to build, especially since it's getting support soon. Then we have Dragon 7 cost. Here it will show 274. However, there is Per Knight missing, which will be quite expensive. It's just released, so it's not been priced yet. So basically the whole price comes from Celestial Dragoon, its Evolve, Bear Knight, the Evolve, and Zinelise and her Evolve. Everything else that is not here is contained in the starter deck, but they're also not that expensive, so it doesn't help that much. And the last deck is the Dragon Wasteland deck. Here you will see 60, but there are some cards that have not yet been released. Considering Bear Knight will be the heavy carry of the set, this will be quite cheaper than her, so I put them at approximately 60 for everything. And this is everything regarding the Dragoncraft cost analysis. Let's move on to the next craft. In this part of the video we'll talk about Havencraft and its main archetypes. The main Havencraft decks are Wasteland, Ward, Machina and Control. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Wasteland deck. The Wasteland deck is an aggressive deck that features multiple storm units and low-cost followers. It also excels at outputting multiple bodies on the field. We have cards with inherent storm, such as Revolver Eagle, Mejiro Palmer, and Selena Sugar Key Assassin. Especially Selena is a key card of our deck, since on strike, she recovers 2 play points, allowing us to play additional cards at the same moment, such as Revolver Eagle. We also have on Fanfare to look at the top 4 cards of our deck and put a Wasteland card and follower that cost 2 or less in our EX area, so we also gain resources from it. There are also conditional storm units, such as Jan Beacon of Salvation, which requires to have 2 followers with Jan in their name in the cemetery to gain +1 attack, defense and storm. Sarisa, which requires at least 3 cards to be on the field. And Stalwart Featherfolk, which requires to pay the additional mana cost to activate his Fanfare. Both Lunarian Paladin and Jan Beacon of Salvation allows us to output multiple units through their evolved forms. Let's go ahead and evolve Lunarian Paladin. Now on evolve, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may summon a follower that costs 2 or less among them. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll pick Rolla Inferno Dragoon and put the rest at the bottom. And she gets summoned. On Fanfare, we put a repair mode token in our X area. Let's go ahead and do that. It is not an important item for the Wasteland deck, but it can sometimes be useful. If this card was put onto the field by an ability, evolve it. Since it was put on the field by Lunarian's Paladin ability, she will automatically evolve, bypassing the 1 evolve per turn limit. As you can see, on evolve, choose 1, select an enemy follower on the field, and deal it damage equal to the Machina followers on your field. Or 2, give this follower Storm. Most of the times, we will simply choose option number 2 to give this follower Storm. Similar to Lunarian Paladin, Jan Beacon of Salvation evolve form allows us to summon a follower that costs 2 or less from our hand. Let's go ahead and play Revolver Eagle. On strike, we may select a Havencraft follower that costs 2 or less on the field and give it +1 attack. So if she has gained Storm from the base form Fanfare ability, as soon as she attacks, we can buff the follower that we played with her ability by 1 additional attack and swing for additional damage. We also have a very strong boss monster, which is Rana Dual Cannon Abyss. Fanfare, search your deck for up to 2 Wasteland cards not named Rana, so not herself, that cost a total of 6 or less. Put them into the EX area, then shuffle. They cost 0 to play this turn, and summon a bullet bike token. Depending on our needs, we can make any combination. Usually, we will pick up cards such as Selena, and Revolver Eagle, or Sarisa, depending what we exactly need to do. So they go to the EX area, and we can now, we can now play them for free. Now both of them have Storm. Selena, for example, on Strike will give us another 2 play points. We can play another Revolver Eagle, depending what we have found. We can also get more resources from Selena. And this is basically how the deck functions. It's just Storm, Storm, and Storm again. We'll now move on to the next deck. We'll now analyze the Havencraft Machina deck. This is a deck that works around generating a resource, which is called Repair Mode tokens, into the EX area. It will then use these cards to consume them and activate abilities, such as board wiping the opponent, summoning high cost followers for a play point, and many more. Let's go ahead and take a look. First of all, we have cards that generate the Repair Mode tokens, such as Iron Knuckle Nun, Fanfare, and Last Words, so both of these effects. Put a Repair Mode token into your EX area. Changewing Cherub, Fanfare, put a Repair Mode or Natura Great Tree token into your EX area. In this deck we will generally get the Repair Mode. Robowing Precant, put a Repair Mode token into your EX area, and then if there are at least 3 cards named Repair Mode token into your EX area, you may draw a card. So as you can see, we have many cards. Most of our cards do generate Repair Mode tokens. Then we have cards that benefit from having Repair Mode tokens in the EX area, such as Robo Falcon. As you can see, on Strike, it will put a Repair Mode token in your EX area, and if there are at least 3 cards, 3 Repair Mode tokens in the EX area, it will gain 1 attack, and this repeats every time it attacks. Then we have the cards that actually spend these resources. So for example, we have Augmentation Bestowal. Choose one of the following. Banish 2 cards named Repair Mode token, Repair Mode from your EX area. Search your deck for a Machina for that costs 3 or less and summon it. So by banishing 2 of these, we can summon a Machina for that costs 3 or less for 2 mana instead. And if we have the second option, if we have 5 cards named Repair Mode in the EX area, we can banish all of them and search for a Machina for that costs 6 or less and summon it for just 2 mana cost. So let's go ahead and assume we had 5. We will banish all 5 of them, pay the 2 mana cost to play Augmentation Bestowal, and search our deck for a high cost follower. Currently the only high cost follower is Technolord, but there will be a few more coming on in later sets. Technolord, as you can see, banish 3 Machina cards from your cemetery and choose up to 2 of the following. Select an enemy 4 on the field and destroy it. Select an enemy amulet on the field and destroy it, which can be used against, for example, 7 cost dragon. Deal 3 damage to its enemy leader, or search your deck for a Machina card not named Technolord, reveal it, add it to the hand. So we can use 2 of these 4 abilities, whichever ones you prefer. Another card that can utilize this is Kulia's Silver Beast Lord. On Fanfare, select a Machina for that costs 2 or less in the cemetery and summon it. Let's go ahead and we'll pay the 6 mana. we will summon RoboFalcon, and then we may banish 2 cards named Repair Mode from our EX area and give this follower a Storm. So RoboFalcon, we should first attack with RoboFalcon, and then we can also evolve him. On evolve, you choose one, select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 5 damage, or buff each other Machina follower on your field by +1/+1. So as you can see, just combined with RoboFalcon, it can deal quite a bit of damage, and even more if you have additional followers. However, the key card, very important in this deck, is Limonia Float Saint. Now, as you can see, on Fanfare, she will give us a Repair Mode token in our EX area. Let's go ahead and recover our mana. So for 3 mana, we'll play it. We'll get a Repair Mode token in our EX area. And now, as you can see, her evolve costs a heavy cost of 7. However, if you look at her activated ability, it says banish a Repair Mode token, a Repair Mode from your EX area. This card's evolve ability costs 1 less this turn. So for every time we activate this and banish a Repair Mode, it will reduce. So let's go ahead and activate it once. Now this evolve ability is down to 6. Now it's down to 5, 4, 3, and 2. Let's go ahead and evolve it for just 2 mana. On evolve, destroy each enemy follower on the field. So as you can see, for as low as 5 mana, you can board wipe your opponent. Not only that, but if you check at her new activated ability, once per turn we may select a Machina follower that costs 2 or less in our cemetery and summon it. So for example, we can pick up Iron Knuckle Nun and summon it. Iron Knuckle Nun will then give us a new Repair Mode token. And now we also have a bunch of stats on the board, which is threatening the opponent after we have already cleared all his followers. And that's literally everything about the Machina deck. We will now talk about the Havencraft Ward deck. This is a deck that features multiple followers with a Ward ability. The goal of the deck is to prevent the opponent from damaging you due to your Ward followers, chip slow damage, and finish with your boss monster or with followers that your opponent was unable to clear. Let's take a look at the deck. As you can see, all followers, or at least most of them, will always feature the Ward ability, making it extremely hard for the opponent to damage us, since he has to clear everything on our field first. The deck also has multiple ways to deal storm damage. For example, we have Sarisa. If there are at least 3 cards on your field, this has Storm. Stalwart Featherfolk. If we pay the additional mana cost, he gains Storm. Another key card is Heartbloom Warrior. We may select another Havencraft follower on our field with Ward, and if there are at least 3 followers on the field with Ward, give it Storm. So for example, we can give Storm to a high cost follower instead. Getting multiple bodies on the field can be achieved by many cards, such as Lunarian Paladin. On evolve, we may look at the top 4 cards and summon a follower that costs 2 or less. Wilbert Grand Knight, look at the top 5 cards and summon a follower that costs 5 or less. Wilbert Luminous Paladin, look at the top 5 cards, you may summon a follower with Ward that costs 2 or less. We also have Zero Cursed Wings, select a follower in your cemetery with Ward that costs 2 or less and summon it. So as you can see, we have multiple ways to output many bodies on the field, and these can also be changed. So for example, if we pay 5 mana to play Wilbert Grand Knight, and Wilbert finds the other Wilbert, and then he looks at the top 5, let's say, and he finds Lunarian Paladin, and then we evolve Lunarian Paladin and find, for example, Heartbloom Warrior, this becomes a big mess for the opponent to clear. And then we have, for example, we can tap Wilbert to destroy an enemy follower, since we have the second condition for the activate ability to have 3 followers with ward. We can tap Hardplum Warrior to have Wilbert Grand Knight Storm for damage. And Wilbert also, as you can see, whenever a follower with ward is put from your field in the cemetery, deal 1 damage to its enemy leader. So if we engage these 3 and the opponent has to bypass them, he will take 1 damage each time, since he cannot reach this one if we let it standing. And this is basically how it is. And let's take a look at our big boss monster, which is Holy Lord Eatar. As you can see, it also has ward. We select 2 followers with that cost 2 or less in your cemetery and summon it. While this card is on your field, its Havencraft follower on your field has Rush. So he also has Rush, basically. Now you can also banish 3 followers from your cemetery, give each other follower on the field +1/+1. So, for example, we could pick, let's say, two Sarisa. And since they're summoned at the same time from Eatar's effect, they will have Storm, they will reduce opponent follower, so if he has a small ward follower, he can bypass them, or we can have Eatar attack the ward follower and then Storm the enemy leader with this. And let's go ahead and activate his ability. We will banish 3 ward followers and give them +1 attack and defense. So there we go. So that's 6 damage, while also able to clear with something with Eatar's Rush, and all of them are also wards. So again, we are protecting ourselves even when we are attacking. Another strong option that you combine with Eatar is Hardplum Warrior. So for example, you can get this out and give Eatar Storm instead and do even more damage. And this is basically everything about the deck. We'll move now on to the next one. We will now briefly go over the Havencraft Control and AmuletControl decks. In simple terms, it is a deck that combines amulets and followers, depending how it's built exactly, that all of them focus around control effects. Most of the time, it can also output a lot of healing. Let's go over some. This is the previous version of the deck that was played around BP9. Okay, let's go. We have, for example, amulets such as Candelabra of Players. Once per turn, whenever another amulet is put onto your field, give your leader +1 health. So if we start on our turn 1 by playing this, we can start healing right away, every turn. And we have others that will search, for example, search your deck for an amulet. We can search for a key amulet and add it to our hand. Or, for example, we have cards that get effects when they leave the field instead. So, for example, Moria and Iconium, Fanfare, draw a card, and on last word, select an enemy leader with 3 defense or less on the field and destroy it. So we have cards that will destroy these amulets, like Sekhmet. We bury an amulet, meaning send it to the graveyard, and select an enemy follower on the field and deal 4 damage to one its leader. So if we destroy Moria and Iconium, we also enable its last words ability to select an enemy follower with 3 defense or less on the field and destroy it. Another card that we can use to destroy our amulets is Dark Offering. Select a card on your field, destroy it, and heal your leader for 3 points and draw a card. And then we have cards that can, for example, be both amulets and followers. So we have this. If there are at least 3 amulets on the field, this card's evolve cost 0 this turn, and if we go ahead and evolve him, he becomes an amulet. On evolve, he selects an enemy follower on the field and banishes it. And on last words, so when we destroy it, it will deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. And then we have Serenian Hind. So look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You may reveal an amulet, and this one has 2 evolved forms. The Light Hind is a ward follower that on evolve buries an amulet and heals our leader for 4. And its dark form, we bury an amulet and select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal it 4 damage. And it also has Bane, so depending on our needs, we will either recover life points or deal damage to the enemy. So as you can see, it also features many ways to deal a bit of damage to the enemy, bringing him down slowly, while also protecting ourselves. And then we have the big boss monster of the deck. Excuse me before I mention this. The decks also feature other control cards, such as spells. For example, we have Blackened Scripture, select an enemy follower with 3 defense or less on the field and banish it, or Vengeful Radiance, which select up to 2 enemy followers on the field and deal 4 damage divided. We also play powerful cards, such as Themis Decree, allowing us to destroy each follower on the field. And since most of our cards in this build are amulets, it doesn't matter for us. However, it will clear all enemy followers on the field. And this is it. So this goes to the cemetery. And let's look at our boss monster, which also is included in the starter deck, Godsworn Alexiel. First of all, she has Ward. And on Fanfare, give your leader defense equal to 2 times the number of amulets on your field. So for example, right now we have, as you can see, 4 amulets. This means we will gain twice that much, we'll gain 8 life points. And then on evolved, so for 1 we will evolve her. Select an enemy follower on the field, deal it and its leader damage equal to 2 times the number of amulets on the field. So as long as there is a follower that we can target, since it is required to activate the effect, it will deal him damage equal to 2 times the amount of amulets. So now we have 4 amulets, it will deal that follower 8 damage to it and 8 damage to its leader. And this is basically how the deck works. There are other ways to output damage as well, such as Heavenly Knight, which is a 5/3/7 Storm Ward, and with Fanfare, if there are at least 2 amulets on the field, give this follower +2 attack, so it will become a 5/7 for just 5 mana with Storm and Ward, and recover 2 defense for your leader, so it also heals. Protects yourself, heals, deals damage, everything you need in this deck. There are also many other cards similar to Candelabra, Tenko Shrine, although it costs more. Whenever your leader gains defense, so whenever we recover life points, select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal 2 damage. Please keep in mind that you can see you have the engage icon, so we need to engage it to activate the ability and deal that 2 damage, so it's basically once per turn. But as you can see, if we have Candelabra recovering every turn and pinging the opponent every turn, slowly we start to chip him away. We have also the burn effects we mentioned before, and then bam, you close it with cards like Godsworn Alexiel. We will now do cost analysis for all the decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side, you will find the approximate cost based on current USA prices. Please keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. The current meta deck is Wasteland and will be meta deck for a couple sets to come. Definitely my recommended top pick for you. Then we have World Haven, which although not meta, is also another solid pick, featuring strong defense with its ward units. Do keep in mind, however, that there will be decks like 7 Cost Dragon who will be able to bypass wards and deal direct damage to your leader. Can be anywhere from 90 to 150, depending if you want to add Heroic Angel Olivia or not. Then we have Machina, which is a budget-friendly deck and also upcoming meta deck. So if you want to start building it slowly, it can be a good idea. It is getting support in the next set, which is at approximately 125 currently. And then we have the control Amulet deck, which is another budget deck if you don't want to add the new Genelis. It's also the one that's supported by the starter deck. As you can see, we have cards like Godsworn Alexiel, multiple amulets, Zelgenea is also a nice card that you can add. Let's now take a look at its deck. First of all, we have the Havencraft Wasteland deck. The main cost of the deck comes from Alice Golden Afternoon, which is a neutral staple for a few decks, as well as Rolla Inferno Dragoon and Giant Despair Maiden. The Havencraft War deck can, like we mentioned earlier, the cost depends entirely if you want to add the new card Olivia Heroic Dark Angel, or if you want to skip it and add something else. Everything else is extremely budget friendly. Then we have the Havencraft Machina deck. The main cost of the decks comes from Rolla Inferno Dragoon as well as Technolord. Everything else is quite cheap already. And then we have the Havencraft Control deck. The cost will be slightly lower. These are just gold cards, so they will not be worth that much anywhere. Just a couple of cents. And then, of course, the legendary Rodeo that just released. It will also go down quite a bit. And the rest of the cards are included in the starter deck. And this was everything for the Havencraft cost analysis. We will now move on into the next craft. We will now take a look at the Swordcraft class and its main archetypes. The main Swordcraft decks are Thief, Festive, Wasteland, Angel Spartacus, Token, and Natura. Let's take a look at the Festive deck. The Swordcraft Festive deck is a deck that builds a resource called Glittering Gold while chipping damage, and then closes the game with its key card Demon, which gives other units storms. This is the resource I mentioned before, Glittering Gold. You can also use it to draw a card if needed, but most of the times you'll just stockpile it in your EX area and use it with Demon. There are many cards that generate this. As you can see, on Fanfare, put a Glittering Gold token in your EX area. Fanfare, put a Glittering Gold in your EX area. Again. This one, not sure if this puts. Okay. Yeah, this can also put Glittering Gold, but it has multiple effects. You also have a couple of storm units that can push damage. We have Flash Step Quick Blader. We have Disciple of Usurpation. And we have Taketsumi Advance Form. Where did it go? That's strange. There we go. As you can see on Fanfare, it spawns 2 tokens. These are not very important, are just defensive options, and you can engage him to select an enemy follower to deal 5 damage and its leader. So this is basically how it works. You chip damage slowly, you generate Glittering Gold, and then let's move on to the main card of the key card of our deck, which is Demon Thief Lord. As you can see, as long as he's on the field, its other Festive follower on the field has Storm. Let's make an example gameplay, where at 8 mana we will play Demon for 4. We will pay 1 to evolve him. So on evolve, banish 2 cards named Glittering Gold from your EX area and look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Let's go ahead. You may put a Festive card that costs 3 or less from among them in your EX area. It costs 3 less to play this turn. Look at the top 5. Okay, we found Front Desk Frog. go ahead and put them on the field. As you can see, on Fanfare, he will give us a glittering gold, so let's go ahead and get this. And if there is GMon, Thief Lord on your field, it will automatically evolve. So on evolve, we can select an enemy follower on the field and deal it damage. And if we have enough festive cards in our EX area, we'll draw a card. So we'll draw a card. Now it has, as you can see, GMon has the activate ability for one play point to play this follower's evolve ability again. Let's go ahead and do it again. So we'll pay 1 mana cost, banish 2 of these, and look at the top 5. We'll go ahead and grab Gine. Gine is another key card of our deck. As you can see, choose up to 2. If there is 2 GMon Thief Lord on your field, choose up to 3 instead. Select an enemy follower on the field and engage it. It doesn't refresh during its controller's next phase. Draw a card and put a card from your hand on the top or bottom of your deck. So we can use this effect if we're gonna activate GMon again. So if you want to, for example, find Musician next, we can activate this effect to put it on the top of the deck. And put 2 glittering gold tokens in our EX area. So we'll go ahead and activate effects 2 and 3. So we'll draw a card and put this one on the top, and then we'll gain 2 glittering gold tokens. Remember that both of these have storm, so we'll pay 1 mana, activate GMon's effect again, look at the top 5 cards. Thankfully, as you can see, this is actually the only festive card, so we'll go ahead and grab it and put the rest on the bottom. On Fanfare, again, we get more glittering gold. And if there's GMon, we'll also recover 3 defense for our leader. And let's go ahead and do it once more. So we'll banish 2 more, pay the 1 mana cost. Look at the top 5. And now let's get Taketsumi. And again, draw a card, discard, get more glittering gold, and all of these have now storm. So we have dealt damage to a leader from the frog, we have recovered health points from the master musician, and now we will storm for that's 9, 10, 11 damage, while dealing damage to enemy followers and healing at the same time. So as you can see, this is the key card. This is how the deck functions. You want to find and evolve GMon multiple times and overwhelm your opponent. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now take a look at the Swordcraft Angel deck. This is a deck that aims to achieve an alternative win condition via the card Spartacus. Let's take a look at the card. At the start of your end phase, discard any number of cards and draw that many +1. If there is 1 card or less in your deck, you win the game. So that's how you win the game with this deck. The deck features multiple cards that draw, so you can thin your deck. We have both Bellringer Angels, we have the Fallen Shot, select an angel for your cemetery and an enemy follower on the field, put them into its own EX area. So we can get Bellringer Angel, for example, from the cemetery and remove an enemy follower and play again the Bellringer Angel to draw. We also have cards like Paradise Vanguard, that will help us control the enemy and reach endgame, since milling our deck will take a couple of turns. Both Paradise Vanguard, both base version and evolve features a banish, so definitely a key control card of the deck. We also have other draw cards such as Angel Blessing, which heals us for 2 and draw 2 cards. Fall from Grace is both can be used both defensively or proactively to draw and heal, and that's basically it. We have this deck basically draws a lot, heals a lot, controls the opponent, and wins by using Spartacus. Simple as that. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now talk about the Swordcraft Thief deck. This is a deck that mills your opponent's deck and unlocks additional effects for its cards. It achieves victory either by overwhelming the opponent with the earlier mentioned effects or by forcing a deck out. Let's look at some of the cards. As you can see, let's place them here. We have multiple cards that forces your opponent to place the top card of their deck in the cemetery. Basically almost every card has at least one card forces the opponent to mill. And then we have cards that unlock additional effects. For example, as you can see, it has Storm, and on strike each opponent puts the top card of the deck in the cemetery, so they mill one. And then if there are at least 10 cards in the opponent's cemetery, give this follower +2 attack, so it will become a 3/5/2 Storm, which is quite good. We also have cards like Octree's Omen of Usurpation. If there are at least 10 cards in the opponent's cemetery, this card can evolve for free. And achieving 10 cards in the opponent's cemetery is quite easy. And then on evolve, we can select a card in the opponent's cemetery and put it in our EX area. If there are at least 10 cards in the opponent's cemetery, any card we play from our EX area costs 2 less. So we also have cards that will generate these tokens, as well as the card that we will steal from the opponent. And if we have Octrees, we can now gain a lot of free mana. So we can give a Storm to a Thief follower, for example. We can give Storm to Octrees. We can use this to heal. We can use this to clear the enemy followers and deal damage to its leader. And if we can also steal a very good card from the opponent, we can win this way as well. This is basically the win condition that you achieve by overwhelming. Another win condition is Armor of the Stars. We can, for example, place it on Servant of Usurpation, and if the opponent, and leave him standing. If the opponent does not have Assail or a high AoE damage, he will keep gaining attack every time we force the opponent to mill a card, eventually attacking for very big damage. We can also use the Armor of the Stars on cards like Octrees to make sure we keep gaining the extra free value from cards in our EX area, since all of them will cost 3 less. And then, of course, since all our cards feature a mill for the opponent, we can very often force a deck out. They will lose by not having any cards in the deck left. And we also have cards, Planetary Fracture, bans its card on the field and EX area. Each player bans the top cards of their deck, so it's another finisher card. And that's basically it. Either mill the opponent deck, gain power by placing Armor of the Stars on certain key cards, or overwhelm the opponent with value from cards like Octrees and Disciple of Usurpation. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now take a look at the Swordcraft Wasteland deck. This is an aggressive deck that continuously chips at your opponent's life points with Storm and Burn effects, while also placing multiple bodies on the field. We have Storm units such as Flashstep Quickblader and his evolved form, and Ralmia Sonic Racer, which also benefits by having additional bodies on the field by making her evolve cost free. After evolving her, if we still have spare mana and multiple followers on the field, we can pay the 3 mana cost to activate her on evolve ability, giving this follower +1 attack and defense for every other follower on our field. So if we have, for example, 4 other followers, it will go up to 8/7, excuse me. The deck also features multiple burn effects, such as from Outlaw Gunner Last Word ability, dealing 2 damage to its enemy leader, or from Radical Gunslinger. As you can see, if we have to mount Engage this card and 2 mount cards on the field. Let's go ahead and pay the cost. Select enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal it 2 damage. So this is also another burn effect. Another very key card of the deck is Bunny and Baron Spectre Duo. On her evolved form, choose one summon Val Trusty Getaway card token or search your deck for a Desperado Soul. This is a spell that deals damage to an enemy follower, and if Baron is and Bunny and Baron is on the field, also on the leader, usually you will start at least for the first time to summon the card. Let's go ahead and summon it. Here it is. As you can see, it has Storm, Strike. If there is another Wasteland follower on your field, draw a card. And since most of our cards have the Wasteland trait, it will give us additional draw power. Also, as you can see on the first ability, we can engage a Bunny and Baron Spectre Duo on the field, maneuver this card. For the rest of this turn, this becomes a follower. As you can see on the bottom, this is regularly an amulet. And once you activate this ability, for the rest of this turn, this one becomes a follower, allowing us to attack directly. At the end of the turn, this will turn back into an amulet, making the opponent unable to clear it easily. This means that on every turn, we can activate this ability and keep attacking. Even if Bunny and Baron is not on the field, we can activate the second ability by paying 1 mana cost and engaging 2 followers on the field to use the maneuver ability and attack again. So for example, if this one is not here, and we have these 2 followers, we can activate the ability and pay 1 mana to engage them and attack again. And this is every turn, chipping slowly life points from the opponent. Another very key card of the deck in helping with controlling the opponent is Not Cursed Queen. First of all, on her fanfare ability, we can search our deck for a 1-cost Swordcraft card and put it in our EX area. And her activated ability is select an enemy follower on the field and engage it. It becomes boxed until the end of its controller's next turn. Activate only once per turn. Boxed basically deletes all card text from an enemy follower, so he loses all abilities such as Ward, any passive traits, even the evolve, they are no longer able to evolve, and they basically stay like this, they become engaged and stay like this infinitely, as long as you can keep repeating it. So, as you can see, this is a very good card to control the opponent, and this is basically everything about the Wasteland Swordcraft archetype. Let's move on to the next deck. We will proceed to take a look at the Swordcraft Natura deck. This is a deck that works around spawning amulet tokens and utilizing them to gain abilities such as granting Storm, gaining attack, as well as destroying the opponent followers. We have multiple ways to gain Natura Great Tree tokens on our field and in our EX area. For example, we have Colorful Cook, which on fanfare, we may put a Natura Great Tree token on our field or EX area. While also healing, we also have Desert Pathfinder. You may put a Natura Great Tree token onto your field or into your EX area. Then, if there are at least 5 Natura cards on your field and or your EX area, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Natura card from among them and add it to your hand. So multiple ways to gain Natura Great Tree tokens. And then we have ways to utilize them. For example, as you can see, we can engage this card and any number of cards named Natura Great Tree on our field and select an enemy follower on the field and deal it damage equal to the number of cards we engage this way. So we can engage this 2 and this one and deal 2 damage to Grey Mysterian Dragoness. Other ways to use them is, for example, Viridia's Magna's ability, which in order to activate her last court, we will need to consume a tree from our field. Another way to utilize them is with a key card of our deck, Balion Sovereign Light. As you can see on fanfare, you may put an Natura Great Tree token on your field or EX area. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll also evolve him for 1. On evolve, look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may put up to 2 Natura cards from among them into your EX area. So let's go ahead and get King's Might and Mistolina and put them into the X area. King's Might is a good card that combines well with Balion, since when playing this card we can engage two cards named Natura Grade 3 token, and it will cost 2 less to play. So if we do this, it will now cost 1, and this card also costs 1 less to play if there is Balion Sovereign Light on your field. And since he's here, this card basically costs 0 now. We may select an enemy 4 on the field and deal it 4 damage. We'll go ahead and deal 4 damage to Mystian Whiteworm. Now with Balion's ability, we also have the option to banish 2 cards named Natura Grade 3 token from our field and select a natural 4 on the field and give it +2 attack. Let's go back to the next turn. Let's move forward, it would be better to say. On the next turn, for example, we can play Mistolina, Forest Princess for 6 mana cost. On Fanfare, we can play a Princess Strike in our cemetery and play it for 0 points. Princess Strike is a paired spell similar to how Balion had King's Might. This is Princess Strike, it's a quick spell that deals 2 damage, and if there is Mistolina Forest Princess on the field, it deals 6. And Mistolina also plays it on Fanfare even if it is in the graveyard, so if it is in the graveyard, so we can use it earlier in the game to clear some early followers and then play it later in the game to deal more damage. Let's go on. Now we can, with Mistolina's Forest Princess effect, we can engage 2 trees on our field and give this follower +3 attack and recover 2 health. So let's go ahead and do that. So she will go up to and become a 7/6. Which is a lot of attack, and we will also gain 3 life points. If we had an additional 2 trees, we could activate this multiple times per turn. Now we can also banish these 2 trees that we engaged with Balion Sovereign Light effect. So we'll go ahead and banish it, these 2, and give 2 attack to Mistolina Forest Princess. When Natura Grade 3 tokens leave the field, we draw a card and discard a card. Let's go ahead and do this. So we can draw, discard, draw, discard. So this way we also filter our hand to get cards that we want. And this is basically how the deck functions. We will now move on to the next deck. We will now take a look at the Swordcraft token deck. This is a deck that spawns many token followers continuously and gain benefits from using them. So we'll have cards like Luminous Magus, on Fanfare summon a Sealed Guardian or Knight token. Actually, first of all, let's take a look at our Swordcraft tokens. We have Sealed Guardian, it's a 1/1/1 unit with ward. We have Steelclad Knight, which is a 2/2/2 unit without abilities, and Knight, which is a 1/1/1 unit without any abilities. So, as you can see, the activate ability, select an enemy 4 on the field, deal it 5 damage and draw a card. Activate only if there are at least 3 officer token followers on your field with different names. So if we have these 3 on the field, we can activate the ability. Let's get rid of this. Oops. We can activate the ability and deal 5 damage to an enemy 4 and draw a card. We also have Amalia Lookstill Paladin, select enemy 4 on the field and deal it 4 damage and summon an officer token for from your EX area. We have other cards that will place tokens in the EX area, such as Amalia Silver Captain, which on the start of our end phase gives us a token follower of our choice among these 3 in our EX area. And let's look at the activate ability, deal 4 damage to each enemy leader and draw a card. Activate only if there are at least 3 officer token followers on your field with different names and only once per turn. So as you can see, we gain many benefits from placing multiple tokens on the field. We also have other cards such as Ralmia, which gains benefits from having multiple units. She can evolve for free. For example, if we play her for 2, she evolves for free since we have for other followers, and then on evolve form, we can pay the additional 3 mana cost, and she will gain +1 attack and defense for every other follower on the field, so she will go up to 8/7. There are also other cards like Ralmia Astrowing. If there are 5 followers on the field, deal 2 damage to each enemy follower on the field, so it will also deal AoE damage other than storming the opponent. We also have Supersonic Breakthrough, which can search our deck for any of the 2 Ralmia cards, or actually it can also summon both of them if we pay the additional mana cost. We also have Ice Crown Majesty, which can summon all 3 token followers on the field, or give its officer token follower on the field +1/+1, or activate both if a follower evolved this turn. What else? We can also play other tech options such as Kagero Samurai, which gains counter every time a follower on our field evolves, and then we can play him. He will gain remove 5 fighting spirit counters from this, deal 5 damage to each enemy leader and enemy follower on the field, and give the storm, so it can also act as a board clear. However, we do need to first prepare this slowly in our EX area by gaining counters while evolving. We do have many cheap evolve followers such as Celia's Sky Commander, Ralmia that we like mentioned earlier evolves for free, Amelia Silver Captain, which is also another cheap evolve we have. Also Amelia is a good finisher using our super evolves. We can select an officer follower on our field and give it +4 attack and defense, so there are many units for this. Usually it will be done in one of our storm units such as Ralmia, and we also have other storm units such as Flashstep Quickblader, and that's basically it. We will now do cost analysis for all the decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side you will find the approximate cost based off current USA prices. Please keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. This time we will start by showing the starter deck, since it's a very key component of this class. No matter what deck you build, other than perhaps Angel Sword and Natura, this starter deck will be a very key component, giving you multiple cards such as Leod, Ralmia Sonic Racer, Not Cursed Queen, Banyan Baron, and many others. If you want to pick up the Swordcraft class, I would definitely recommend getting it. The Thief deck is one of our current meta decks and ranges from 200 to approximately 300, depending if you want to add Duelist or not. Duelist is a good addition to this deck, since the token can be discounted by Octris's effect. Festive is another very good meta deck at the moment, and it is also very budget friendly. Wasteland, which is also the main archetype supported by the starter deck, is another meta deck, and it's also a viable budget option. Then we have the Angel Spartacus deck, which is also another meta deck and quite low for budget option as well. And then we have the Token Sword and Natura decks, which will be getting upcoming support in BP17. My recommended decks would be either Thief, Festive or Wasteland. You can get a feel for the Wasteland deck by playing the starter deck, and then decide which one you prefer between these 3. Here's the Thief deck. There are no new cards from the new set for it. It's basically how it was on the previous one. The main cost comes from Duelist, which is a neutral. In this deck you will more often than in others utilize the Ravenous Sweetness token, since it can be discounted by Octris's effect. And that's basically the main cost comes from Octrees and her evolution, as well as the Octrees Hollow Usurpation and Genelis. Everything else is very budget. Let's move on to the next one. We have the Swordcraft Festive deck. This is a new card from the new set, so she will go down a bit in price. And everything else is extremely cheap, as you can see. And then let's move to the Wasteland deck. Here, like I mentioned, everything that is missing is basically in the starter deck. So as you can see, everything is in the starter deck here. If you want to replace Genelis with something else, you can go ahead and do it. Here in this deck, the buffing option, since on Evolve you can also select one of your own followers and give it attack if it has enough defense to survive the buff. So it might come up a lot since you have multiple units down, and you also have the car which has 3 HP. And what else? The main cost comes from Celia, Hope Strategist, and her. It's a double-sided card. Here we only show the one side. The base form is quite cheap, and we have Nagi Hisakawa from Idolmaster, which is also useful. Let's move to the next one. Here we have the Angel Spartacus. Most of the cards are extremely cheap. This one will go down. It's not that it doesn't cost that much. If you want to get the Paradise Vanguard, I'm pretty sure they are in the Havencraft starter deck. So if you have the Havencraft starter deck, you can take this out of the equation. Do double check to make sure though that they are in there. Then we have Olivia Heroic Dark Angel and her evolved form, which should go down in price. I think that's the only deck that utilizes her, and maybe as a deck option in some others. And this is basically it. The next one we have the Swordcraft token deck. Again we have Celia and the new Amelia, which should go down a bit, at least the evolved. And then we have everything else is extremely cheap. And then we have the Swordcraft Natura deck. You can reduce the cost by taking Viridia Magna out if it's a card you don't like, or at least reducing her amount of evolutions in the evolved deck. Then what else? Natural Machinus is also a Natural Machina staple. It's at a very good price right now, so I would recommend getting it if you plan to playing Natura, since other decks might pick it up later. And that's basically it. We will now move on to the next class. We will now analyze the Abysscraft class and its main archetypes. Its main decks are Necrocharge, Handless, Sanguine, Vampire, and Machina. Let's take a look at the departed Necrocharge deck. The Abysscraft Necrocharge deck is a deck that focuses on building up your graveyard count in order to unlock certain followers' abilities. It features followers that return from the graveyard or gain power-ups from Necrocharge count. First of all, we have many followers that helps us bury the top card of our deck, basically mill our deck a bit so we can build up the Necrocharge. As you can see, for example, Ilgineu on Last Words, she returns on the owner's EX area. And we bury the top card of the deck so we can keep using it to mill our deck. And then we have Grimoire Death Teller. She is a ward, so we can also protect ourselves from damage. Fanfare, bury the top 2 cards of your deck. And if we have at least 10 cards in our cemetery, we can have this return from the cemetery for just 1 mana. And then we have Gold Rush Ghost. It also has Storm, so it can deal a bit of chip damage or attack another follower. Choose one. If this was put from the field onto the field from the cemetery, so if we return it from the cemetery, choose up to 2 instead. Summon an arcane personal carrier token. This is a token that gives ward to our followers. So for example, we can use it to give ward to Ilgineu, to give an example. And if it's also a Wasteland follower, so Ilgineu is a Wasteland follower in this case, same with Gold Rush Ghost, he will gain additional life. So we can, for example, force the opponent to attack Ilgineu even though he doesn't want to with this, and you also recover 1 health point. The second option is to bury the top 2 cards of our deck, so if we want to play more actively and gain Necrocharge faster, we will pick this one. At the end of the opponent's end phase, we bury this follower, so he goes away on his own. And then we have other cards that benefit from Necrocharge. A very key card of our deck is Grease Beyond the Patch. Select an Abysscraft follower with a different name that costs 5 or less in your cemetery, and if you have unlocked Necrocharge 10, summon it and give it ward. So to give you an example, if Odile Black Swan was in your cemetery, we can play it for return it for just 4 mana cost, which is Grease Beyond the Patch, and give it, other than her abilities, she will also have ward. Usually we will return cards like Reds or Isildengir, but this basically depends on our needs at that moment. Another very key card of our deck is Isildengir, Isildendrig, Gilded Autocrat. If there is no magic train on your field, summon one. So let's go ahead and do that. And whenever this card becomes engaged, each opponent discards a card. So as you can see, we can maneuver this, pay 1 mana cost, and engage a number of followers that cost a total 5 or more on your field. And for the rest of this turn, it will become a follower with quite a powerful effect. As you can see, it has Rush, so it can attack immediately. It has Strike, select an engaged enemy follower on the field, destroy it, and give your leader +2 defense. So straight away, we can pay 1 mana to engage this, have the opponent discard a card, and attack this to destroy an enemy follower, and heal for gain 2 defense. And on his evolved form, we can discard a card and select 2 followers in our cemetery and add them to our hand. And it also gains the effect during your turn. Whenever a player discards a card, select an enemy follower on the field and engage it. So we can combine this. If there is no engaged enemy followers, we can forcefully engage one with this card's ability in order to be able to attack it and destroy it with Magic Train. And if Magic Train is on the field from the previous turn, it can also start attacking the enemy leader every time, chipping him, wilting down his life points. We also have higher Necrocharge and lower Necrocharge count abilities. For example, lower Necrocharge count is Ceres Blue Rose Maiden, which gains Storm, and during your turn, whenever this deals damage to an enemy leader, each opponent discard a card. So once we have unlocked Necrocharge 5, we can attack directly to the leader the turn is played and force him to discard a card, together with Isildengir's effect and lowering the opponent. We can lower your opponent's resources. Another more high Necrocharge count ability is Odile Black Swan, which on Necrocharge 20 gains Storm. As you can see, on Fanfare deal 2 damage to its enemy leader and enemy follower, and on Strike deal 2 damage to its enemy leader and enemy follower. So for a total, it will swing with Storm for a total of 10. Let's see what else we have. Another card that gains ability when returned from the grave is Reds. As you can see, in order to evolve this, we can only do so if it has returned from the cemetery. And on evolve, it will gain Storm and deal 5 damage to an enemy follower, so it can clear a ward and attack directly. Not only that, but on last words, it will summon a bullet bike token and bury the top 2 cards of our deck, accelerating our Necrocharge further. And this was basically everything about the deck. There are many options that you can build this around, from Cerberus to Arcus. There are many tech options that we will discuss later. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now talk about the Abysscraft Handler's deck. This is an aggressive deck whose main feature is playing cards from the EX area instead of the hand. It has multiple cards with Storm and Burn abilities. Let's take a look. First of all, we have cards like Humpty Dumpty and Eternal Contract that will help us lower our hand count. And as you can see, we're playing also multiple low-cost units in order to be able to get rid of it. So, for example, the main Eternal Contract, do the following 2 times. Look at the bottom effect, not the first one. Put the top card of your deck into your SEM EX area and banish a card of your hand. So basically it's similar to a draw discard twice, but instead of doing the draw discard, we put the top card into the EX area and get rid of a card in our hand. And then we have Humpty Dumpty, which on evolve, he deals 5 damage to each follower on the field, 3 damage to each enemy leader, and we discard our hand completely. So 1 card, we get rid of everything. Basically, we want to set up a few cards in our EX area with cards like Eternal Contract and the Torch Spearing Guide. And I think there are a few more. We also have Stay in Paradise. So we load up our EX area, and once we believe we have enough gas to keep pressuring the opponent, we blow up with either Humpty Dumpty, or we might have even managed to get rid of it completely with just an Eternal Contract. If we're going, since we're going first, our hand size is lower, and we also have a lot of low cost cards. Then we have cards that benefit from having no cards in the hand. First of all, we have Bad Usher. If there are 2 cards or less in your hand, it gains 1 attack, and if there are 0, it gains Storm. So for it's a 1 mana, a 3/2 Storm, very good. Like 1 mana, 3 attack Storm is insane. Then we have Paracel's Demon of Greed. As you can see on her evolve ability, in order to activate, we need to have 0 cards in our hand. And in order to help us facilitate this, on the fanfare we can put the top card of our deck in the EX area and discard the card. Even if we don't have a card to discard, we'll still get the top card of our deck in the EX area. So it's also basically a draw 1 if you have 0. And I think this is the... yeah, this one is... On evolve, select an enemy for the field, deal 5 damage to it and 2 to its leader, so it's basically a control burn effect. And heal your leader for 2. And put the top card of your deck in the EX area. So if we take the base form as well combined, we have, it's basically a draw 2, heal 2, burn the opponent for 2, and deal 5 damage to an enemy follower. Again, very powerful effect. We also have another burn effect, which is Itsurugi Eager Admirer. On the fanfare, he will give us a Wolfsing Struggle token. Where is it? Token. Wolf. There we go. Doesn't do anything insane. Select an enemy on the field, deal 1 damage. And you may discard a card. If you do bury the top card of your deck, basically we can maintain a 0 hand size easier if we need. And the main issue, this 1 damage will help. You will see now why. On his advanced form, okay, yes, we need to banish this to activate the advance. Select up to 3 enemy followers on the field, deal 5 damage to one and 2 damage to the others. During your turn, whenever an enemy follower is put from the field into the cemetery, deal 1 damage to each and its lead is put from the field to the cemetery, deal 1 damage to its leader and give your leader +1. So it's a heal your leader, burn the opponent leader every time you kill a follower with his effect. And as you can see, we can target up to 3 enemy followers. So this token might come in handy if we are trying to finish off a low HP and 1 HP leader. Let's see. Another very key card of the deck is Full Moon Leap. Select an Abysscraft follower on the field and give it +1 attack, and if there are 0 cards in the hand, give it Storm. So with this card we can give a high attack Abysscraft follower, for example Itsurugi Paradise End, we can give him Storm, which is very good, or Paracelsus, we can give him Storm. So we also can create big Storm units with this card. And then we have another card, Anisage, Lost Forsaken. When this card is discarded or banished from your hand, you may put it in the X area, so it helps maintain hand size in parentheses. And then on Evolve, look at the top 4 cards, you may put a Festive card among them in the EX area. Most of the deck is Festive based, faced trait, so, and put the rest on the bottom. And then we have the Undying Resolve. When this is discarded or banished from your hand, select an Abysscraft follower and give it Bane. The main thing that's important is the second effect. Select the Festive follower in your cemetery that costs 2 or less, summon it, and if it's Anisage, the Lost Forsaken, give it +1 attack and Storm. So ideally you want to use it for Anisage, but you can also use it, for example, for the Bat token, which will, if you're low on hand size, if you're 0 hand size, it will already have Storm on its own. And that's basically it. You pressure, you make sure you have enough resources, you blow up your hand, you go to 0, and then you start pressuring your opponent with Storm and Burn abilities until they collapse. I don't think there is anything I missed. Yes, this is everything about the deck. I hope you liked it, and we'll move now into the next one. We will now showcase the Abysscraft Sanguine deck. This is an aggressive deck that, like the name reveals, is based off cards that enable and benefit from the Sanguine ability. For those that don't remember from the start, Sanguine ability is considered active if our leader has taken damage during this turn. We have many cards that will enable, very many cheap cards that will enable this for us. For example, we have Sanguine Necklace, we can bury this to deal 1 damage to our leader and draw a card. We have Disciple of Lust, with both on Fanfare will deal 1 damage to its leader and on Strike will repeat that. We also have other cards like Wings of Lust. We can, for example, deal 1 damage to our leader and give a follower Rush, or deal 2 damage to an enemy follower and 1 to our leader, or 1 damage to our leader and draw and discard. So many options to enable Sanguine. There are even many more cards in the deck, and then we have cards that benefit from it. For example, we have Vulnerate Coming on Fast. While Sanguine is active for you, this follower has Storm. On Strike, deal X damage to its leader. X amounts the number of times your leader has lost defense this turn. If your leader defense is 7, give this follower +2/+2. So for example, if we play from our hand Disciple of Lust and enable her Fanfare, and then bury Sanguine Necklace to deal 1 more damage to our leader and draw a card, and then play 1 more Disciple of Lust, we will have taken damage 3 times this turn. So where is it? Move it here. So this time on Strike, it will deal 3 damage to its enemy leader, plus of course its own attack when the damage passes, when the combat resolves. Excuse me. We also have other cards like Demonium Class Devil. It has Bane and Drain, and if Sanguine is active for you, give it +1/+1, Rush and Assail. This will allow us to straight away clear standing followers, since it has Bane killing everything, and Rush and Assail able to attack the turn it's summoned and attack standing followers. Its Drain ability will also help us recover defense for our leader equal to its attack, so 3. And furthermore, on Strike, it will deal its enemy leader damage to this follower's attack, so it's basically a heal 3, burn the opponent for 3, and kill a follower. And if it survives, it can repeat this. Then we have another card that benefits from gaining Sanguine. We have Laura Crimson Strife. During your turn, whenever your leader loses defense, choose one that you haven't chosen this turn. select an enemy forward on the field and deal it damage equal to the number of times your leader has lost defense. Give this follower +1/+1, or give this follower storm. So multiple storm units, as you can see. Another storm unit is Vulnerary Classful Desire. While Sanguine is active for you, this has storm. If your leader's defense is 7, give it +2/+2. And then we have it was in our hand, that's why we couldn't evolve it. While Sanguine is active for you, this has storm. Once again, same as the base form. On evolve, choose one, put a Wings of Desire token in your EX area, or 2, draw a card. Let's look at the Wings of Desire. Select a follower in the field and give it strike. Deal its enemy follower in the field damage to equal the number of times your leader has lost defense, and deal 1 damage to your leader. So we can either use to deal AoE damage to enemy followers, or just enable Sanguine one more time for ourselves. Then we have even passive cards, such as Aragavi the Berserker. At the start of your end phase, if Sanguine is active for you, select an enemy leader or enemy forward in the field and deal 3 damage. So just by enabling Sanguine, we can deal damage every turn, as long as this follower is on the field. And if we pay the additional 5 mana for the fanfare cost, he will deal 5 damage to its enemy follower in the field and gain +2 attack, defense, and storm. Another card is Hazan Demon Blade Knight. Let me make some space here. So we can evolve him either for 3 play points or for 1 play point. In order to activate the 1 play point evolution, Sanguine needs to be active, as you can see, and also has Assail, Bane, and Drain. Then if we evolve him, strike, deal 2 damage to its enemy leader. Refresh this follower, perform only once per turn. So now that he's an evolved follower, he can attack enemy followers on the turn he is summoned, so we can attack, heal ourselves for 1, kill the enemy follower since he has Bane. We can also attack standing reserved followers since he has Assail. On strike, it will deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, and since it says refresh this follower, so refresh is basically when we declare an attack, he becomes engaged. And on strike, he will refresh, and we can attack again. So we can deal, if there are 2 followers to attack, we can deal 4 damage to the enemy leader total. And this is basically the deck. It has a lot of storm units. Its main function is to enable the Sanguine ability for our class leader. And then it also has burn abilities, as well as some that recover some health back for you so you don't run out. And that's basically everything about the deck. We'll now move on to the next one. We will now talk about the Abysscraft Vampire deck. The Vampire deck is a deck that aims to overwhelm the opponent by swarming multiple low-cost followers, some of them being its own bat tokens. It can also use them to burn HP for the enemy or recover defense for your own leader, as well as other effects. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have cards that will generate and cards that will use. Some cards that generate Forest Bat tokens are, for example, You Now Called Hunter, Fanfare, put 2 Ghost or Forest Bat tokens in your EX area. We have Raven, Noontide Vampire, put a Forest Bat token in your EX area once on each of your turns. When a Forest Bat is put onto the field, he'll give your leader 1 defense. So every time we play a bat on one of its once each turn when we play a Forest Bat, we will recover 1 health back. And the opposite for Raven, Midnight Vampire, put a Forest Bat token in your EX area once on each of your turns. When a Forest Bat is put onto the field, deal 1 damage to the enemy leader. We also then have Raven, Eventide Vampire, which can sacrifice, bury basically. So if we have this here, we engage her, and to activate the effect, bury a Forest Bat token, which is the cost. So it goes away, choose one of the following, select an enemy follower in the field and deal it 4 damage and draw a card, or deal 2 damage to its enemy leader and give your leader +2 and draw. So as you can see, you can either kill a follower or heal and burn the opponent. Then we have other cards that will put multiple Forest Bat tokens on the front, so this card costs 1 less if there's a vampire card on the field. Most of our cards are, as you can see, vampire cards. It summons 3 Forest Bat tokens and we draw 2 cards, so we do have a lot of draw power. And if we have already swarmed, we have multiple 1-cost followers or bats on the field, we can, for example, play Last Daylight, select an enemy follower on the field, deal 3 damage and give 1 attack to each follower that costs 1 or less on your field. So we can, for example, deal 3 damage to Drache here and buff all our 1-cost followers by 1 attack, dealing a lot of damage. Other cards that utilize the bats are, for example, Old Blood King. On Fanfare, he summons 2 Forest Bat tokens. While this card is on the field, its Forest Bat on your field has Rust and Assail, so we can attack standing followers like Katakura Kojuro. So on Evolve, give its Forest Bat token on your field, so the front ones, it will give them +1 attack. While this card is on the field, once again the Forest Bats have Rush and Assail, so we can either buff previous bats and attack leader, or play new bats to clear standing followers. So this will go 2-1 and this one will go 2-1, and we can now attack both into Katakura Kojuro to kill him. And then Old Blood King can, since he's an evolved, can attack, for example, another enemy follower, and he has a lot of HP, so he will survive with 1. There we go. Another key card that utilizes the Forest Bat tokens is Vanya Nightshade Vampire. On Fanfare, she will put a Forest Bat token into the X area. Let's go ahead and do it. And then, as you can see, she has 2 evolved abilities. The first one, for 1 play point, evolves into Vanya Kind Queen, and the second one for 3 play points will evolve into Vanya Blood Queen. The second one can be only activated if we have at least 5 vampire cards in the graveyard. Let's go ahead and evolve into the first. As you can see, on evolve we draw in this card, and while this card is on the field, any Forest Bat you play costs 1 less. Whenever a Forest Bat is put onto the field, give your leader 1 defense. So we can use Vanya Kind Queen to recover health, as well as put multiple bats forward and prepare for a swarm by buffing them later. And then the other one, we have Vanya Blood Queen, which has Storm, and while this card is on the field, and once again, Forest Bat cards you play cost 1 less. Whenever a Forest Bat is put on the field, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 3 damage. So with this one, we'll use to push damage with the Storm, so the body will usually aim to attack the leader, and we'll use the Forest Bats to clear enemy followers. So for example, we can clear a ward or other threatening followers while also pushing damage, and that's basically it. All the cards work around these basic rules, and that's everything for the vampire deck. We'll now move on to the next one. We will now talk about the Abysscraft Machina deck. This is a deck that puts multiple small units on the field. Once it has achieved that, it will utilize its key card to deal storm damage, as well as provide buffs to all the other units. Let's take a look. First of all, as you can see, all of the cards will have the Machina trait on the bottom, at least most of them. We have multiple small units such as Roly-Poly, Bone Drone, which on last words it will summon an Assembly Droid token. Assembly Droid tokens are also Machina trait cards, so it's a very good resource that we can put on the field and as well as play manually to make sure we have many bodies. The reason we want to build many bodies on the field in ways, for example, like Bone Drone, which even if killed, it will still give us a body on the field, or Aenia, which can search our deck for a Machina 4 that costs 3 or less and summon it, allowing us to once again put multiple bodies. The key card is Mono Garnet Rebel.
Mic off. Mic on.
As you can see, we can only activate her evolved ability if there are 5 Machina followers on the field, and this is why we try to put multiple bodies, making it impossible for the opponent to clear all. We can also put 5 bodies on the field on our turn, but it's a bit harder, and they will not be able to attack the opponent if they are played on our turn, while if they are stuck from the previous turn, they will be able to attack the opponent when buffed. Let's go ahead and show the combo. We'll go ahead and pay 2 play points to play Mono Garnet Rebel. If our field is not full, we can banish 2 Machina cards from our cemetery to summon an Assembly Droid token. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll banish this one, and we will summon an Assembly Droid token. So just on her own, it's 2 bodies. If you have enough graveyard resources, then we'll go ahead and pay the evolve cost to evolve her. As you can see on evolve, she gains Storm and becomes a 5/4. And now she gains a new ability. For 2 play points, we can banish an Alpha Drive from our cemetery and give its Machina follower on our field +2 attack, defense, and rush. So that's why basically we want to have bodies stick on our turn, so that we can, so that we are able to evolve Mono Garnet Rebel more easily. Because as you can see, if we have, for example, 2 bodies on the field, she can summon one herself. We can play an Assembly Droid token from our EX area, and that will reach us the goal of having 5. So let's go ahead and activate the ability. We'll pay 2 additional mana to banish Alpha Drive. Let's look at Alpha Drive. Choose one of the following. Select a Machina follower in your cemetery and add it to the hand. Select a Mono Garnet Rebel in your cemetery and summon it. So if we have Mono in the graveyard, we can play Alpha Drive and bring her back into the field for just 1 play point.
Mic off. Mic on.
And let's go ahead and banish it, and now she will buff all these followers by 2 attack and defense, including herself. So she will become a 7/6. We also have cards like Roly-Poly MK1. As you can see, while there is any Amethyst Rebel, this is this one on the field. If this follower would take more than 1 damage, it takes 1 instead. And it's also a ward. So yeah, kinda hard to remove. You would have to target Aenia first, and then this one, and then anything else. So if you don't have AoE, it can be hard to clear. Now we'll go ahead and attack with Mono for 7 damage. And as you can see, let's say we had 2 of these small tokens left from the previous turn, and that's another 6. So 13 damage 1 turn with a very low mana cost of 5, just because we had 2 assembly droids, let's say, on the previous turn, or with Roly-Poly since we spawned this on this turn. So basically you force the opponent to keep controlling you, wasting resources, and later you can even spawn all 5 in 1 turn on your own. So it's not like that if they keep controlling you, you cannot do anything. And that's basically how the deck works. There is one important, we also have ways to control the opponent. For example, As you can see, the assembly droid tokens also have an additional effect. We can bury 3 Machina followers on our field and select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 5 damage. So after we deal the storm damage, or if we are without going wide, if we just need to kill something that is extremely dangerous, for example, let's say we want to kill Mr. Heinlein, after we have dealt the storm damage with the other units, since this one is still standing, we can activate its effect, engage it, and bury 3 Machina followers. We'll go ahead and bury this one, and mono, and deal 5 damage to this. So you can combine storm damage and control. We also have other cards that can help us control the early game or go wide, like Nicola Forbidden Strength and his spell, which can select the enemy for the field and deal it 4 damage, and if there is Nicola Forbidden Strength on your field, deal it 6 damage. Other cards that help us get the requirement of 5 Machina cards on the field together with Mono Garnet Rebel is Garnet Valts. As you can see, choose one, deal 2 damage to its enemy leader and 1 damage to your own. This is usually used by the Sanguine deck. The second effect summons an assembly droid token and put an assembly droid token into your EX area. So we get 1 forward and 1 in the EX. However, if there is Mono Garnet Rebel on your field, you can summon the second token instead. So for 1 mana we will get, let's go ahead and do it again from 0. So we have 0 bodies on the field, we just have Mono in our hand. We'll go ahead and play Mono for 2 play points. We will activate her ability to banish 2 Machina cards and get an assembly droid. Then we'll go ahead and play Garnet Valts for 1 play point, which will get us another 2 of these. Duplicate, and now we can just play, for example, a Roly-Poly or an Amder assembly droid from our EX area for 1 play point, evolve Mono for 1 play point, and pay another 2 to activate the Alpha Drive. So with 7 mana cost from 0 board, we managed to get a full board and activate the Alpha Drive effect as well. And that's everything about the Abysscraft Machina deck. We will now move on to doing cost analysis for all the Abysscraft decks. We will now do cost analysis for all the Abysscraft decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side, you will find the approximate cost based off current USA prices. Please keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. First of all, we have the Departed Necrocharge deck, ranging anywhere between 180 to 450. The reason for this big disparity in price is whether you would like to build the absolute budget version, for example without Genelis and not all the tech options, or if you want to pick Genelis and all the tech options. So that's the cost basically. And then it is a meta deck, a very strong meta deck, and will remain in the meta for many sets to come. So if you would like to build it, you can skip buying anything else for quite a while and save money this way. Then we have the Handless Abyss, which is an aggro deck, and it was the previous set's meta. It is a very budget deck. Aggro is good in this format versus decks like the Dragon, which is slower. I'm not sure how it will perform exactly, and it's also getting support, but that's many sets down the line, probably like 6 sets or something like this, 5, 6. And then we have Sanguine, which is also an aggro deck based off the Sanguine mechanic. It is getting support in the upcoming set, so BP17. So, and it's also a very budget option if you want to build it. What else? We have the vampire deck ranging anywhere between 220 to 380. I think this is based off Genesis only. And then we have the Machina deck, which is a budget option right now and will be getting very good support. It will become a very strong meta player. Will last for many sets to come as well, so if you want to pick this is also a good option. My recommendations would be either Departed, Handless, or Machina. If you actually enjoy Sanguine, that's also a very good option, so you could, instead of Handless, go for Sanguine. Yep, that's also good if you like the Sanguine mechanic. Personally, I prefer the Handless deck when I tried it, but it's entirely up to you. Vampire is also a very nice deck if you like swarming your opponent with vampires. And then we have the starter deck here. The starter deck mainly features support only for the Necrocharge deck. It does, however, have some other cards, like, for example, To Blame, Duke and Dame, Dead to Rights. I think that's basically it. They're still useful, so I would definitely get it. I mean, you still need the leader, the evolution points, and it's not bad to have in case it's needed. But it mainly supports only the Departed Necrocharge deck, and you can get other cards like Dead to Rights and Do Blame from another person. So if you want to build this 4, you can skip it basically. But they are very cheap. I would still recommend getting it. Let's now move to the cost analysis. So we have, these are the cards you need to build the Abysscraft deck. The Abysscraft Departed Necrocharge deck. As you can see, the main cost comes from Genesis and her evolved form. And then we also have Grimoire Death Teller and Gold Rush Ghost. These are Gold Rush Ghost and Grimoire are mandatory cards for the deck, so you cannot. Gold Rush might go down in price a bit after Worlds. And then Ceres is a gold, so doesn't cost that much. Same with Mukan is not that insane, but you can probably find him cheaper as well. You can get this from a friend. Let's go to the budget option without Genesis. As you can see, it makes a big difference in price just by removing Genesis and her evolved form. And then again, if you lower this to a bit, it will go down to the mentioned price. And then here are other cards that you might want to add and thus increase the cost further. So this one is, I need to mention it because it's very often used. Poltergeist, it's a bronze, buries the top 2. So basically 1 card, 3 Necrocharge 3. You should pick it up definitely, since it's not in the starter deck, I believe. Yes. You should definitely pick it up from somewhere to have it available in case you need. Then we have Arcus, which will be useful later on and has started to see use again already outside the pure Ghost deck. And let's see. Then we have Great Big Corpse, which is also used together with Arcus a lot of times and is not included in the starter deck. Okay, then we have Zelgenia, the Ward. You might want to pick a copy, at least 1 copy of this. It is included in the Haven starter deck, so if you can have a friend who opened the Haven starter deck, give you 1 of them, it would be ideal, since no one is using 3 of them anymore. Most decks will just run 1 or 2. And then we have Cerberus, which is from the new set. This is also a hefty has a hefty price tag. Forgot the Duelist here. And that's basically it. These are other cards you might consider for the Abysscraft Necrocharge. Let's move on to the next one. This is the Festive deck, the Festive the Handless deck with Humpty Dumpty and Paracelsus. Let's see. Paracelsus has a bit of a price. Where does the price come from? Let's see. The base Itsurugi. The advanced form is not very expensive, just the base has, it's basically part of the deck, and Paracelsus, that's basically it, everything else is very cheap. Then we have the Abyss Sanguine deck, let's see it, approximately 100, very cheap so far. Okay, Laura, just a tiny bit of a price. Valnarek, obviously it's the main card of the deck, has a price tag, the older Valnarek as well. This is from the new set, you can probably find it cheaper, not many people will use it, and the expensive cards will be from the Necrocharge. And then we have Alucard, Alucard, yeah, Alucard, there we go. And a bit of a price on Aragavia, nothing too expensive as you can see. Then let's go to the Abyss Vampire deck. Again, this is Duelist is quite useful here since you can buff one of the remaining bats if it has enough HP to survive the buff. Is there a way to... okay, this buffs the bats, so we can bring them up to 2 HP, but I'm not sure if we can go higher. But you can also use the healing option, but it's not mandatory. You can replace her. Duelist can be replaced with Dublame, Duke and Dame. If you want a more budget option, this works for most of the decks. Then we have Vanya, Kind Queen, and the second side, I cannot show it. This is the expensive card, the most expensive card of the deck, and her base form also has a bit of a price tag, but everything else is basically nothing. Okay, Neon costs a bit because he's also used on Machina. It's basically just these 4 cards, and if you want to add Duelist, everything else you can find extremely cheap. Then we have version 2, yep, that's with Duke and Dame, which is in the starter deck, so just grab the starter deck. And last we have Abyss Machina, we have Mono, Garnet Rebel, Neon, once again he's used in Machina as well, he's double trait card, Vampire Machina. And then we have, that's Mono's and her Evolved, so 3 copies of each. Then we have Neon, 3 copies and 2. And Nicola, you can probably find from a friend some cheaper copies. And that's basically it. This was everything about the cost analysis of the Abysscraft decks. We'll now move on to the next class. We will now analyze the Runecraft class and its main archetypes. The main Runecraft decks are Mages, Spellchain, Academic, Machina, Earthrite, and Lishenna. Let's take a look at the Mage's Lhynkal deck. The Mage's Lhynkal deck is a sort of semi-aggressive deck that benefits from playing spells in combination with followers. It features direct spell and burn damage. First of all, we have cards that will help us facilitate this combination, such as Crystal Fencer, Grimoire Sorcerer, Daria Infinity Witch, Merlin, and Yukishima Master Biographer. Let's take a look at Crystal Fencer and Grimoire Sorcerer. Both of them have some very simple base form, either doing nothing or just a draw discard. However, on Evolve, Grimoire Sorcerer, you may put a mage spell from your hand into your EX area, it costs 3 less to play this turn. Similar to this, Crystal Fencer, You may put a Runecraft spell from your hand into your EX area. It costs 3 less to play this turn. So that's how we can basically combine followers and spells for less mana. Another card that helps with this is Dire Infinity Witch. On Fanfare, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Among them you may reveal up to 1 mage follower and mage spell and add to your hand. And then if you have 5 mage followers in your cemetery, you can engage this to activate the second ability. You may put a Runecraft spell from your hand into your EX area. It costs 3 less to play this turn. So you're getting basically free mana. And then another card similar to this, Yukishima Master Biographer, the next Festive or Mage card that costs 3 or less and you play this turn costs 3 less. And every time you play a Mage card that costs 3 or less, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 2 damage. And there's also Merlin. On Fanfare we can search our deck for a spell and add to our hand, and on Evolve we can select a spell that costs 3 play points or less in the cemetery and play it for 0. So these are the main ways that we can combine followers and spells at the same time. Now there are spells that gain benefit from us having multiple followers on the field. First of all, we have Yukishima's Master Biographer signature spell, Story of a Lifetime. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. From among them you can reveal 2 and add them to your hand and bury the rest. And if Yukishima Master Biographer is on your field, recover 1 play point. This helps us assimilate the cemetery mage count, for example for Dire Infinity Witch, as well as deal 1 extra damage to followers since Yukishima is on the field as well. And then we have cards like Truth Adjudication and Scorching Blast and Spell and Chain Lightning. Let's read Truth Adjudication. Choose one of the following. If there are at least 2 mage followers on your field, choose up to 2 instead. So as you can see, we gain benefit by playing it when there are 2 mage followers on the field. Draw 2 cards, deal 3 damage to each enemy leader, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 3 damage. We can choose up to 2 of these if we have 2 mage followers. Usually we will pick the 3 damage to each enemy leader and one of the other 2 appropriate ones, since we want to push damage as fast as possible. And then there is the Scorching Blast, select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 5 damage, so we can clear a high HP, high health target. If there are at least 2 mage followers on your field, deal 2 damage to its leader. So as you can see, if you have, you can also deal burn damage with this. And then we have Chain Lightning. At the start of your end phase, if this card is on your EX area, bury it. And on play, deal 4 damage to its enemy leader. If there are at least 2 mage followers on your field, put this card into its owner's EX area. To give you an example of this, let's get rid of this stuff. Assuming we are at 7 play points, we can play a Dire Infinity Witch, then we can, for 3 play points, activate its effect to reduce the mana cost of Chain Lightning, use it to deal 4 damage to the enemy leader, and then since it will go back into the X area because we have 2 followers, we can play it again once more manually by paying another 3 play points. Of course, it will also return into the X area again since we have 2 followers, but at the end phase it will go into the cemetery. If this card is in your EX area, bury it. And that's basically how the deck works. It combines spells with the followers. And then we will go and analyze the Lhynkal package, which suits perfectly with this deck. It consists of just these 3 cards. It's Lhynkal the Fool and his 2 spells, Curse of the Omniscient and Rite of the Ignorant. Let's go ahead and read Lhynkal the full effect. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. From among them you may reveal up to 2 Arcana spells and add them to your hand. The only 2 Arcana spells currently in the game are Scourge of the Omniscient and Rite of the Ignorant. Both of them cannot be played from the EX area, and it has a different effect. One recovers health, and this one, on yours, give your reader 2 defense. If there is Lhynkal the Fool on your field, put this card into its owner's EX area. At the start of your end phase, if this card is in your EX area, draw a card, then discard a card. We will want to combine them as possible with Lhynkal, so we want to play them while Lhynkal is on the field to gain the benefit of their continuous effect in our EX area. So this would heal us for 2. And on the end phase we would draw and discard a card, and this one on use deals 2 damage to the enemy leader, and then it goes in the EX area if we have Lhynkal, and deals 1 damage to the enemy leader each time we go to our end phase, so 1 damage every turn, and you can have multiple copies of this. So if we have 3 of them in the EX area, every turn we can deal 3 damage to the enemy leader. Since this use is basically a passive effect on the current board, we will also combine it often with the evolved form of Lhynkal the Fool, which says whenever you play an Arcana spell, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 3 damage. So this way we can also clear some threatening followers. And that's basically everything about the Mage's Lhynkal deck. We'll now move on to the next one. We will now talk about the Runecraft Spellchain deck. This is a deck that, like its name suggests, is based on achieving high Spellchain count in the graveyard. The goal of the deck is to build high enough Spellchain count in the graveyard and then facilitate high damage or even 1-turn kill via the card Dimension Shift, which allows you to play an extra turn. The playstyle of the deck is to control the early enemy followers with cards like Spellchain, Grass Ember or Surefire Bullet, and accelerate its draw and discard count and raise the cemetery with cards like Veridic Discovery, Story of a Lifetime and Homework Time. It is usually played along the UmaMusume package and the followers. Many of them will spawn tokens like Paper Shikigami, which on its last words you can draw and discard the card, further accelerating your discard count. Then we have Kuon Wuxing Master. When playing this card, reveal 2 UmaMusume cards from your hand. It costs 1 less to play, and the advance ability for 4 play points will give us a Noble Shikigami token. Noble Shikigami follower on our field. Also on Fanfare we draw and discard a card, and with other activate ability, select an UmaMusume follower in your cemetery that costs 4 or less and summon it. So we can select, for example, Demon Caller and summon it from the graveyard. Curse Crafter is also another key card that helps us control the mid-game. On Fanfare it will summon a Paper Shikigami token, and the activate ability says bear a Shikigami token, select enemy from the field and deal 4 damage. And on Evolve, he will also deal an additional 2 damage, and if there are at least 7 spells and UmaMusume cards in our cemetery, it will deal 4 instead. So it's very key card to controlling the mid-game. And that's it. The whole goal of the deck is an achieving combo between these 2 cards, Kuon, founder of UmaMusume, and Dimension Shift. These are the 2 key cards of the deck. So let's go ahead and read Kuon. This card costs 1 less to play for every spell and UmaMusume card in your cemetery. Remember that UmaMusume is the trait of many followers and cards that we had, like Curse Crafter and Demon Caller. Fanfare, if there is no Celestial Shikigami on your field, summon one. This is a token follower with aura. That's 4 attack, 5 defense. Now, As you can see on his activate ability, select up to 2 Shikigami followers on your field and give them Storm. So combined with a card like Paper Shikigami, on summon we can give them Storm and they will attack for 6, excuse me. And then we can play Dimension Shift. When playing this card, banish 10 spells in your cemetery. This card costs 7 to play. Take another turn after this one. So since we're playing Kuon for free with his reduced mana cost, we basically have all the spare mana to play Dimension Shift. And since when we gain another turn or the followers refresh, now they can attack once again, dealing very damage or even leading to 1-turn kills. The Spellchain Kuon deck is a deck that allows a lot of freedom in deck building. You can choose many different spells between those that you believe are best for the current meta. To give you an example from a recent tournament, someone opted to play Mjeraben Grade 1. On Fanfare, discard 3 cards, put a Great Testimony token into your EX area. Banish a Mjeraben Omen of 1 from your cemetery, which is his counterpart. Deal 2 damage to its enemy leader, draw 2 cards. So basically on Fanfare he will accelerate our discard count. Obviously we need to make sure that the other Mjeraben is in the graveyard with our draw and discard abilities. And this will allow us to deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, and let's not forget the Great Testimony token that he gives us, which is select an enemy for in the field, destroy it, and if there is Mjeraben Great 1 on the field, deal 2 damage to its leader. So we can do a total of 4 damage to the enemy leader and accelerate our discard count. He has not combined it with the Onmyoji package, he has played more of a pure Spellchain. So like I mentioned, there is a lot of freedom in deck building. There is also the problem that like I mentioned, Curse Crafter is still limited to 1. And that's everything about the Spellchain deck. We will now move on to the next one. We will now analyze the Runecraft Academic deck. This is a deck that unlocks effects for its cards depending on the amount of academic cards in the graveyard. It features a lot of hand filtering as well as ability damage. Its goal is to raise its graveyard count while chipping damage at the opponent before closing the game with high direct damage. Let's take a look at some of the cards. As you can see, most of the cards do feature a discard academic card and draw a card in order to help us accelerate the graveyard count. We also have cards that gain effect when we have a certain amount of academic cards in the grave. For example, homework time, draw a card if there are at least 5 academic cards in your cemetery, put a Looking Smart token in the EX area. And as you can see, this is a 0 cost token, select enemy for the field, deal 2 damage, draw a card, then discard the card. So even further increase, as well as doing a bit of damage to a follower. We have Mysteria Dragoness, which on Fanfare select enemy follower on the field. If there are at least 10 academic cards in your cemetery, deal 4 damage to it and 1 to its leader. Another card is an Mysterian Duo. While there are at least 10 academic cards in your cemetery, this has Storm. So if you have 10, it will have Storm. Discard 2 academic cards, select enemy follower on the field and deal it 5 damage and draw 2 cards. At the start of your end phase, if there are at least 5 academic cards in your cemetery, summon an Ans summoning token, which is this one. It is a Rush Ward follower token, which on Fanfare heals our leader for 2 defense, and at the start of our main phase will be removed from the field, since it gets banished. Another key card of the deck is Mysterian Prodigy. Choose one of the following. If there are at least 10 academic cards in your cemetery, choose up to 2 instead. Search your deck for an Unsorcery and put it in your EX area. The next Unsorcery you play this turn costs 5 less. And then search your deck for a Mysterian Dragoness, summon it, then shuffle your deck. To give you an example at 6 play points going second, assuming we have achieved the necessary graveyard count. You can play this from the hand for 6 play points. That's 5-5, just in case it's not clearly visible due to the color. So since we have a graveyard count of 10 or higher academic cards, please keep in mind it needs to have the academic trait, so it cannot function together with cards like Spellchain, for example, that require Spellchain. And then we'll view our deck, search for Unsorcery, put in the EX area, it costs 5 less, and we'll also search our deck for Greya, Mysterian Dragoness and put it on the field. If there is an enemy follower, Greya will now activate her fanfare and dealing 4 damage to it and 1 to its leader. Then we'll use one of our evolution points as well as our super evolution point to evolve Greya Mysterian Dragoness, so she will go up to 5-5. And we'll search our deck for a Greya's Ember and put it into the EX area. The next Greya's Ember we play this turn costs 1 less, which is basically a powered up version of Angelic Snipe for the academic archetype only. So if there are 5 academic cards in your cemetery, deal 3 instead of 2 damage. And not only that, while Greya Mysterian Dragoness is on the field, or our spell damage from academic spells is increased by 1. So this means it will deal 4 damage instead of 3. Not only that, but let's go through Unsorcery. Choose one of the following, select enemy leader or enemy follower on the field, deal 4 damage and draw a card. So we can use it on both a leader or a follower by paying an additional 3 mana cost. And assuming we have 10 academic cards in our cemetery in order to activate this, select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field. If there are at least 10 academic cards in your cemetery, deal 8 damage and draw 2 cards. So we can, for a total of 8 mana, you can play this to deal 8 damage to an enemy follower or leader and draw 2 cards. Now, since this reduces the, we can play the first. You can select the first option and play it for free. And since Greya increases our spell damage by 1, it will deal a total of 5 damage to an enemy leader. Another very key card of the deck is Mysterian Imperatrix. On fanfare, discard an academic card, draw a card, and if there are at least 5 academic cards, we will get an unsummoning token in our EX area. The more important ability is the second one. You can engage this card and play a Rending Blast from your Evolved deck. Activate only if there are at least 15 academic cards in your cemetery. Rending Blast is a spell which deals 8 damage to each enemy leader, so it's basically 5 mana total, since we need to pay the cost for the spell as well as play the follower. We deal 8 damage to the enemy leader. And that's basically everything. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now analyze the Runecraft Machina deck. It is a deck that excels at controlling the board. It also has access to heal, buff, ward and storm abilities. First of all, we have cards like Mecha Gun Wielder and Device Diviner, which will give us Assembly Droid and Repair Mod tokens in our EX area. Let's look at put Assembly Droid or Repair Mod token into your EX area. Same with Device Diviner, and once per turn when you play a Machina card, give your leader 1 on defense. Then we have cards that help us use these Machina cards in our EX area to control the board. For example, we have Mecha Staff Sorcerer. On fanfare, once again, we get one of the 2 tokens in our EX area, then banish a Machina card from your EX area, select an enemy follower on the field, and deal it damage equal to the number of Machina cards in your EX area, so up to 8. Then we have Displacer Bot. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may put a Machina card from among them into your EX area, and on Evolve, select enemy follower on the field and deal it damage equal to 2 times the number of Machina cards in your EX area, so up to 10. Then we have Tetra Sapphire Rebel. On fanfare, once again, we get a Repair Mod token in our EX area. And on Evolve, she reduces the cost of Machina cards played from the EX area by 1. So basically the 1 cost cards will be played for free. The Assault and Armored Snakes will be played for 2 instead of 3. There is also the Delta Cannon card, similar to Angelic Snipe, but familiar with this archetype. It has an additional effect. When a Tetra Sapphire Rebel is put on your field for 1 mana cost, 1 play point cost, put this card from your cemetery into your EX area. So basically we can gain access to this when we play Tetra. We can play it early in the game and regain access when Tetra is on the field, and she will also make it free to cast since it uses the Machina cards. We play from EX area by 1. Then we have some of our boss monsters. We have Technolord. On Fanfare, banish 3 Machina cards from your cemetery. Choose up to 2 of the following. Select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. Select an enemy amulet on the field and destroy it. Deal 3 damage to its enemy leader. And search your deck for a Machina card not with a different name and add it to your hand. And then we have Baphomet, Lord of Iolon. He also has Ras. Fanfare, look at the top 5 cards of your deck. From among them you may summon any number of Machina followers that cost a total of 6 or less. So let's look at the top 5. So that's 1, 2, 3. We can go ahead and take all of these. We can summon all of them and put the rest of the bottom. At the start of your end phase, give its other Machina follower in your field 1 attack and 1 defense. So this is, we also gain buffs other than triggering additional fanfares and effects. And our last boss monster is Baphomet World River. He has multiple effects. First of all, on fanfare he will summon an armored snake token, so this one, which is a ward, and on last words it will heal our reader for 4 defense. Then he has the activated ability to banish 2 Machina tokens from your EX area. Okay, we can activate this in our hand. Put this card from your hand into your EX area and summon an armored snake or assault token. So if this is in our hand, we can banish, for example, these 2. Put them in the EX area and summon either the armored snake or the assault snake, which is a storm with last words to deal 4 damage to an enemy follower on the field. So if we want to push damage, we can go ahead and do this, or if we want to play more defensive and recover defense for our leader, we can play the armored snake. Let's look now at his evolved form. For 1 play point, we can evolve him. And evolve, discard a Machina card, summon an assault snake token. So let's assuming this was in our hand, we will send it to the cemetery and summon the assault snake that we put in earlier. And then he has an additional effect. For 2 play points, you can banish a Machina token from your EX area to summon an additional assault snake. So if we have spare mana, we can banish different cards from our EX area to summon more copies of the assault snake to close the game with Storm. And that's basically everything about the Machina deck. It is getting some new support in the BP17 set. You can see a few of them here, and you can also check them on your own in the link I will have in the description. And we'll now move on to the next deck. We will now go over the Earthright deck. This is a deck that, like its name reveals, is based around the Earthright mechanic. It puts low-cost cards that serve as a resource on the field and then plays impactful followers. It excels at controlling the board and utilizes a variety of abilities. First of all, let's take a look at how the stack mechanic works. Amulets with stack are put onto the field with 1 stack counter and have the following abilities. When this card would leave the field, remove 1 stack counter from it instead. When this card's stack counter reaches 0, destroy it. You can select another amulet with stack on the field, engage this card and transfer its card stack counter to that card. Now, since all of those has 1 stack counter when they are put on the field, for example, we can engage Gingerbread House and transfer its stack counter to the magic sediment. Now, since the gingerbread house no longer has a stack counter, it will be destroyed and sent to the cemetery. Let's go ahead and repeat this for all three of these, transferring their stack counters to our magic sediment token, and since they don't have any stacks left, they will be sent to the cemetery. So this way we do not board lock ourselves, we just need to keep one slot with all our stack counters. If needed, we can have multiple. And the same works if the opponent wants to destroy this. So for example, if you place a card that destroys the magic sediment token, it will not be destroyed and just lose one stack counter instead. So you do not have to be afraid of this going away suddenly due to an opponent's effect. And then we have abilities like from Beast-Faced Mage. As you can see, it says Earthright. Earthright is basically you need to consume one stack counter from your field to activate. It's the cost. So you engage this, part of the cost, pay the one stack counter from the field, select the enemy for the field, and deal 2 damage. And on last words, it will summon a magic sediment token. So we get basically one stack back once he is dead. We have various cards that will allow us to get in stacks on the field. Some of them will have effect like Teachings of Creation to draw a card, or deal damage to an enemy follower like Grand Spire, or search our deck for a card with the Earthright ability like Witch Cauldron. We can search for cards that we need to impact the game, such as Ceridwen, Riley, and Faust. And then we have Gingerbread House, recover 3 life points. There is a lot of variation in what type of amulets each deck has. Then that's it here. Now let's look at some of our key cards. If the card says, there are some cards that will say Earthright, for example, parentheses, and have a number like 2 or 3, this means they require multiple stack counters. For example, if it says Earthright 2, it will require 2 stack counters from our field instead of just the regular one. Now let's look at some of those monsters that activate these abilities. We have Ceridwen Eternity Hunter on Fanfare Earthright, so we pay the Earthright cost, put an instant poison token into your EX area. This one is the instant poison. Select an enemy follower on the field, deal 4 damage to it and 2 damage to its leader. Let's go ahead and evolve her. On evolve, Earthright, once again, this is optional. If you do not want to activate it, you can simply say, I do not activate it. Since it's part of the cost, we can say we do not pay the cost and we do not activate it. For example, you might only want to get the instant poison and not the eternal, or the opposite. Earthright, put an eternal potion token into your EX area. While this card is on your field, the first forbidden token you play each turn costs 2 less. Both of these are forbidden trait tokens. Eternal potion, select a Runecraft follower that costs 3 or less in your cemetery, summon it, give it rush, and at the start of your end phase, destroy it. Usually we'll play the instant poison to deal 4 damage to an enemy follower and to its leader. And then the eternal potion is also very useful. For example, if the opponent kills Ceridwen, you can play this to have her return on the field, and once again pay the cost, get both of the poisons, the potion and the poison back, and rinse and repeat, as long as you have, of course, the necessary stack counters to activate her effects. Another key card of the deck is Riley Hydro Summon. Earthright, choose one of the following. If this card was put onto the field from the cemetery, choose up to 3 instead. Number 1, select an enemy for the field and deal 5 damage. Number 2, give this follower plus 3 attack. Number 3, draw 3 cards. So, if this card's in the cemetery, we can, for example, play the Eternal Potion for 2 play points. She will go on the field. We will pay the Earthright cost. We will draw 2 cards. It will go up to 5/4. and deal 5 damage to an enemy follower. Not only that, but since Eternal Potion will also grant her rush, she can also attack another engaged enemy follower, helping us control the board. Furthermore, she has an activated ability from the cemetery. You can simply summon it for 6 play points and give it Storm. And last words, bans this card, so it's a one-time use basically. 6 play points, she goes on the field, you pay the Earthright cost to enable her abilities, and she also has Storm via this use. Another very key card is Fast Truth Seeker. Search your deck for up to 2 Earth Sigil amulets that cost a total 4 or less, put them onto your field, then shuffle your deck. They cost 0 to play. Put them into your X area, excuse me, so you need to make sure we have space into the X area. Let's go ahead and take Teachings of Creation and Mirror of Truth. You can make any combination as long as the total is 4 or less, so there are a lot of choices here depending on your current needs at that time. And now, since they cost 0, we'll go ahead and play them. For example, from this we'll draw. We will transfer its stack counter back here. Now we'll go ahead and play this. Select an alchemy follower that costs 0 less in your cemetery and summon it. Let's go. Shadowverse is still here, so you can also revive Shadowverse with the Mirror of Truth amulet or other alchemist followers. And at the start of your end phase, Earthright, so we need to pay the cost. Deal to give select a follower in your field, give it 1 attack and defense, so we can either select Faust and make him become a 5/5 or buff another follower, and deal 2 damage to the enemy leader. So once again, burn of 2. We also have other cards that deal burn damage, such as Acid Golem. There are many more cards with a variety of Earthright abilities, but we will not go over all of them in this video. We'll now move on to the next deck. We'll now analyze the Lishenna deck. It is a deck whose main focus is to sustain your leader's defense while also dealing burn damage to your opponent. It is built around its boss monster, Lishenna Omen of Destruction, which features the before mentioned effects. Let's take a look at the card. On fanfare, put a Distraction White and Distraction Black token into your EX area. They are both amulets, so at the start Distraction Black at the start of your main phase, deal 2 damage to the enemy leader, and Distraction White at the start of your main phase, recover 2 defense for your leader. So they need to be on the field to activate their effect, so we need to pay the additional mana cost to play them. First of all, we need to get Lishenna on the board. We have cards that will help us search for her, like Destructive Refrain. Search your deck for Lishenna Omen of Destruction, reveal it and add it to your hand. Or look at the top cards of the deck with effects like Adherent of Melody and Lishenna Melodious Destruction, and find Idolatry cards. It is an Idolatry card with the same trait. We will control the enemy at the start with cards like Surefire Bullet, Xenolis Ravenous Craving, Servant of Destruction, as well as Lishenna Melodious Destruction base form ability. If they're at least the Idolatry cards, put a Melodious Monody token into your EX area, and we can use this, engage any number of Idolatry cards on our field, and select an enemy follower and deal it damage to twice the number of the cards we engage this way. Since Lishenna costs 4 play points already, getting the amulets is a bit slow. There are 2 ways to cheese this out and play them for less. One is Joy of Destruction. If there is an Idolatry card in your field, recover 1 play point. If there is Lishenna Omen of Destruction in your field, draw a card. So to give you an example, at 4 play points we can pay the cost for Lishenna and get the 2 amulets into the EX area. Then we can activate Joy of Destruction, recovering 1 play point since Lishenna is an Idolatry card, and drawing a card since Lishenna is on the field. Now we can use this last play point to move ahead Distraction White on the field and start recovering defense for our leader. Another way to get her on the field is with the card Melody's Return. As an additional cost to play this, banish a folder with Lishenna in its name from your cemetery. So if there are at least 2 idolatry cards in your field, search your deck for a folder with Lishenna in its name, summon it, then shuffle. So to give you an example, if we have some small followers remaining on the field, like these 2, which are idolatry cards, and we have played Lishenna Melodious Distraction and it has been sent to the cemetery, we can then pay 2 costs for Melody's Return. We will banish Lishenna Melodious Distraction from our field, cemetery. And since there are at least 2 idolatry cards on the field, we'll search our deck for Lishenna Omen of Distraction and summon it. Or we can also summon the other one. And now, since this one is on the field for just 2 play points, we still have another 2 remaining. We can either play Distraction on white plus something else, or we can even move the Distraction in black and start dealing damage to the opponent. Once we have achieved into getting at least the Distraction in white, or ideally both of them onto the field, we can start playing multiple effects that will burn our opponent while recovering life points for us. Some of them are Monochromatic Distraction and Zealot of Distraction. Let's look at their effects. Zealot of Distraction, if there are at least 3 idolatry cards on your field, remember that the amulets also count as idolatry cards since they have the same trait, so if we have just these 2, even without any other followers, we can activate his effect, select an enemy follower on the field, destroy it, deal 2 damage to its leader, and give recover 2 defense for your own leader. And then we have Monochromatic Distraction, select an enemy follower on the field, deal 2 damage, and if there are at least 2 idolatry cards on your field, deal 2 damage to its leader and give your leader 2 defense. So as you can see, multiple cards that will simultaneously deal damage to the enemy leader and recover defense for our own, together with the clock ticking with these 2 amulets, will slowly help us recover while burning life for your opponent. And this is everything about the deck. We'll now move on to doing cost analysis for all the Runecraft decks. We will now do cost analysis for all the Runecraft decks we mentioned earlier, as well as talk about the starter deck. On the left side, you will find the approximate cost based off current USA prices. Please keep in mind that different regions might result in slightly different pricing. First of all, we have the Mage's Lhynkal deck at about 60, making it one of our budget options. The Spellchain Kuon from 100 to 150, depending how it's built, making it either both a budget and a competitive deck. Although not considered meta, it can perform depending how it's built. Then we have the Academic deck at about 150, the Machina deck at about 65, which become as a meta deck in 2 sets from now, BP17, since it's getting very good support at this point. Then we have the Earthrite deck at approximately 60, which is one of our budget options, and it is the deck supported by the starter deck. As you can see, we have all the stack amulets, we have Faust, Ceridwen, Ancient Alchemist, Rally, everything is in here. So if you like the starter deck, if you tested it out, this is its archetype. And then we have the Lishenna deck at approximately 80 to 190, depending if you want to add Ginelise and her Evolved form, or if you want to go for a cheaper pick, like those that we will show later. My recommended starter decks would be Mage's Lhynkal or Earthrite to get a feel for the class, and then simply build the one that you prefer, since there is a lot of variation in their playstyles. Let's take a look at the cost analysis of the Mage's Lhynkal deck. As you can see, it's about 60. We have the Merlin, has a bit of a price, Daria and Yukishima. And everything else is basically very cheap. Let's move on to the next one. We have the Runecraft Spellchain Kuon on Myoji with the Myoji package. So we have Kuon, which has a bit of a price tag. And we have the Noble Shikigami and Kuon Wuxing Master. Firechain is in the old starter deck, so if you can get someone to lend it to you, you can get it way cheaper. Both Surefire Bullet and Homework Time should be available. You could find them perhaps from people at your locals. And that's it basically. The other variation here that has performed in a recent tournament is with Migera Bane Great 1 and Omen of 1, which make a bit of a price difference in the deck. But you can also build another variation of your own, depending how you want it. And then we have the Runecraft Machina deck. Most of the cards are very cheap. Technolord has a bit of a price, but other than that, everything else. Tetra also has a bit of a price, and everything else is very cheap. Then we have the Runecraft Academic deck. We have the new one, and Grey Mysterian Duo, featuring a bit of a price. It should go down slightly eventually. Then we have the Mysteria Magic Founder, which is from an old set, and her evolved form. Let's see, everything else is extremely cheap. Let's take a look at Rite. The cards missing are already included in the starter deck, so we do not need to include them. Then we only have Lilianthim and her evolved form, as well as the Ancient Alchemist evolved card. Another option you can add is Olivia Heroic Dark Angel and her evolved form, which have similar prices to Lilianthim, so it will still be around the 60 mark. Then we have the Runecraft Lishenna deck. We have the Merlin, a bit of a price on its Lishenna, and then everything comes down to Ginelis and her evolved form. You can replace this with either Firechain or Seval Grand, or where is it? Here we go. Or a cheap option is Chaos Wielder. Basically on Spellchain 5 you recover the play points, and on evolve you deal 2 damage to an enemy follower, and if there are 5 mage followers in your cemetery, you also draw a card. The only downside is his 2 stats, and that you cannot use it to get the token or buff one of your own followers. And this is basically everything about the Runecraft deck's cost analysis. We'll now move on to the next craft. We will now analyze the Vanguard Kagero deck. First of all, it is a Vanguard Universe deck, although it can sometimes be played as Dragoncraft to gain access to certain cards like Dragon's Oracle. It is a deck most of whose followers have board control abilities. Last but not least, a couple of them also feature Storm and Burn options. Let's take a look here. We must mention that as soon as the game starts, the Vanguard Universe decks have put an amulet from their deck into the field, which is the starting amulet, as you can see on the left. This specific one is the one they start with. Bury this card, select the Vanguard follower on your field, and give it +1/+1. So basically they start with a buffing option on the board, which can be used during one of their turns. Then we must also mention the drive points and the triggers, which is the feature of the Vanguard Universe deck. For example, let's take a look at Dragon Monk Gojo on drive. So basically to activate, you pay the 1 play point ability, you take a drive point from your evolved deck and use it on him. On drive, give this follower +1 attack and defense. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Kagero follower from among them and add it to your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. If Overflow is active for you, you may reveal and add up to 2 cards. Now, after this follower has drive, when he declares an attack, On strike, you will check the top card of your deck for any drive triggers. Drive triggers are marked with a special icon on the top right corner. For example, this is the yellow, featuring a critical trigger, which will increase one of your followers' attack by 1. This is the healing trigger, featuring green, which will recover defense for your leader. And there is also the red trigger, which will help you, which you will draw a card, and the blue trigger, which you refresh a follower on your field. However, he cannot declare an attack to the leader. Again, he will only be able to attack enemy followers. This deck mainly features these two, the heal and the critical trigger. And cards with twin drive will do this effect twice, so it will check the top 2 cards instead. And if it finds a trigger, it will be sent to the cemetery and activate the effect. As you can see, most of its cards do feature dealing damage to enemy followers. For example, we have 2-cost Dragonite Nehalem, dealing 2 damage. We have the Berserk Dragon, a very nice control card, which also on Fanfare, discard the Kagero card and select enemy follower and deal 2 damage, as well as on Drive, dealing another 3 damage to another follower and gaining +1 to its stat. Another very good control card is Vortex Dragon, which by Fanfare bans 3 Kagero cards from your cemetery as the cost and select up to 2 enemy followers on the field and destroy them. So able to destroy 2 units on Fanfare. Then we have some of our storm units. Let's take this away. We have Draconic Overlord, while Overflow is active and there is another Kagero follower in your field, this follower has Storm. And on his evolve, the same passive ability, and on evolve select enemy follower in the field, deal it 5 damage, and if Overflow is active, for the rest of this turn, this follower has once per turn when this follower deals damage, combat damage, refresh it. Please remember that combat damage is only between 2 followers and not when attacking the leader. So if I attack the leader with this follower, since he has Storm, this effect will not activate and refresh it. Another very good unit that combines board control with Storm ability is Draconic Overlord at the end. Its main boss monster, as you can see, it has Storm, Ward, as well as Twin Drive. If there is a Draconic Overlord in your cemetery, you also recover 1 play point. Furthermore, on strike, by paying an additional 3 play points, we can discard a copy of the same card to refresh this follower. And then there's the activate ability by banishing 5 Kagero cards. Kagero is most of our cards, since this is our main archetype. And destroy each other follower on the field. So as you can see, there are quite a few cards that combine control with storm abilities. We also have cards like Dragon Monk Goku and Embodiment of Spirit Tacher, which deals burn damage. And that's basically everything about the deck. Let's move on to doing cost analysis. The deck is at about 80 cost. The main cost comes from Draconic Overlord at the end, and as well as Burning Horn Dragon. The rest of the cards not included here are inside of the starter deck. Just make sure to pick the correct one. You need to pick the Kagero starter deck with Toshiki Kai on the cover, this guy, and not the Royal Paladin one, which has another character on it. And that's basically everything about the Vanguard Kagero deck. The other Vanguard universe decks are not viable at the moment, but perhaps will become once we get again support for this universe. Let's move on to the next deck. We will now analyze the UmaMusume deck. This is a deck that spams multiple bodies on the field and features a lot of storm damage as well as a bit of burn. It also engages with both the Necrocharge and the overflow mechanics, since it's a universe deck and can contain cards from every class. Let's take a quick look. So we have at the few first turns, you will play cards like these two amulets, or if you happen to have Sakura vaccine, which is a 1/1 storm, and you would like to start accelerating your Necrocharge and getting some damage in, that's also a valid option. Let's take a look first of all. The reason we are playing amulets is because we have many cards that benefit from having multiple UmaMusume cards on our field, and since the opponent will probably be killing them every turn, having one or two amulets on the field will make it much easier to achieve a full board and unlock these abilities. To give you an example, first of all, let's take a look at the amulets. The Will to Overtake, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put any number of cards from among them to the top of your deck in any order, put any remaining to the bottom in any order. So basically you filter your future draws, and if necessary you can send it to the graveyard to draw a card. Then we have a more marvelous world. It's look at the top card of your deck. If it's an UmaMusume card, you may reveal it and add it to your hand. So basically this one just draws, and this one helps you look at the future draws. And then let's look how we will start pushing damage. We have, for example, Sakura vaccine. On strike, if there are 3 or 4 UmaMusume cards on your field, draw a card and discard a card. So as you can see, we need 3 or 4. And if there are 5, draw a card. So depending if we want to accelerate our Necrocharge, we will do the draw discard, and if we need more resources, we'll do the draw, depending of course on what we have on the board. Then another card that benefits from putting multiple bodies on the field is Hokotaruma. As you can see, this card costs less to play. X equals the number of UmaMusume cards on your field. So if I already have 4 UmaMusume cards on my field, this is basically played for free. And on evolve, for just 1 play point, she becomes a 3/3 which draws me a card. So basically, especially if going second, it can become a 1 mana 3/3 draw a card rush. Another very key card of the deck is Manhattan Cafe, which buries the top card of our deck, and we can send it to the graveyard, bury this card, select a 2-cost UmaMusume follower in your cemetery, and summon it. Activate only if there are at least 10 UmaMusume cards in your cemetery. This can basically act as a joker card, bringing us any card we desire from our graveyard. Usually the set cards will be either Mayano Top Gun or Sirius Symboli. To give you a good example of pushing damage, give me a moment. We'll return this to the hand, we'll send this to the cemetery. Let's assume we have just a more marvelous world. We'll go ahead and play Haru Rara, which is also another key card of our deck. On race, give this follower 1 attack and defense. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. You may summon an UmaMusume follower that costs 2 or less from among them. Very key card, which allows us to go wide, so that's 2 play points plus 1 for the carrot, so we feed it, she gains +1/+1, and we look at the top 5. Okay, this is a very good addition, so we'll take this and bottom deck all the rest, and we'll go ahead and summon it. This one has Storm and Intimidate, and if there are at least 3 UmaMusume cards on your field, this follower gains 1 health, and strike, draw a card, discard a card. So first of all, especially if you do it on the second turn, which is usually the most impactful, she will be harder to remove with the extra HP as well as the Intimidate. So we'll go ahead and attack for 2 and do a draw. Let's see. We'll send this to the cemetery. Now let's look at Machina Top Gun. If there are 4 other UmaMusume cards on your field, give this follower Storm. If there are at least 5 UmaMusume cards in your cemetery, give this follower +2 attack. So basically it can become a 1-cost 4-attack Storm unit. Now we'll go ahead and play Manhattan Cafe for 1. We will bury the top card of our deck. Where is it? Here we go. And now we'll play Machina Top Gun for 1 play point, which will gain, since we have 4 other UmaMusume cards and more than 5 in the cemetery, so it will become a 4-1 Storm. We will go ahead and attack for 4. Now we will activate Manhattan's effect, sending it to the cemetery and reviving the other Machina Top Gun from our cemetery. And again, Fanfare becomes a 4-1. Go ahead and attack for another 4. Or instead of doing that, if we didn't have this, we could, for example, play, get some more resources, play this for free, evolve for 1, and draw us a card. And then another very good card if you are in overflow. I'm pretty sure she was here. There we go. Which will allow you to make even better combos. Instead, for example, of playing this for 3. Let's give you another example. We'll send all of this to the cemetery. We'll go back to 7. Put this to the top. As you can see, a lot of damage is going out. Like we mentioned before, it is an aggressive deck. And this is also another key card finisher. Let's go ahead and play it now. When this card is discarded by the ability of UmaMusume card you control, if Overflow is active for you, let's remember Overflow is when we are at 7 maximum play points or higher. So we'll go ahead, that will be 3, that's 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, yeah. We'll go ahead and play Harurara for 1, for 2, +1 for the carrot. She will become a 2-2. We will now check at the top 5. We have 2 cards that can discard. One is Sakura Vaccine and the other is Jungle Pocket. We will add Jungle Pocket to our hand, since this one will make a tiny difference in damage by 1 more. We'll go ahead and summon it. On Fanfare, discard an UmaMusume card and draw a card. We'll go ahead and discard this, and if we discarded an UmaMusume card that costs 7 or more, we draw 2 instead, so we'll go ahead and draw 2 cards. Then we will activate Katsuragi's Ace effect, paying the additional 3 mana cost to summon it. On Fanfare, select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. We'll go ahead and destroy Spinaria, so she can also kill a high value target on Fanfare this way, and she also has Storm. And then for our last play point, we'll go ahead and summon Machina Top Gun. She will gain a 4 attack, you go up to 4 attack, then we'll activate Jungle Pockets effect, activate the ability, select an enemy follower on the field, and if there are at least 3 UmaMusume cards on your field, deal 2 damage. If there are 5, deal 2 damage to its leader. So we'll go ahead and activate this effect, targeting Forest Hermit, dealing 2 damage to it and its leader. Then we'll go ahead and attack with Katsuragi Ace for 5 damage, and then we'll attack with Machina Top Gun for another 4 damage. And that's basically how the deck functions. So now here, if we had additional mana, we could, if there was something against, we could, for example, crash Harurara there, and then play another Machina Top Gun, or if we had We could play Manhattan Cafe and then revive another Mayano Top Gun from our graveyard. This is the most high impactful storm unit, since it's just 1 mana, 4 damage. You want to get it to use it as many times as possible. And that's basically it. You must also control the opponent, obviously. It's not just you attacking. It is ideal that you trap the opponent in your own tempo, obviously, but we also sometimes need to get it back from the opponent. A key card for that is Seval Grant. Select a face-up card on your Evolve deck. If there are at least 10 UmaMusume cards in your cemetery, turn it face down so we can restore our used carrots. And then on Evolve, select an enemy follower on the field and deal 2 damage. If there are at least 10 UmaMusume cards in your cemetery, deal 4 instead. Twice on each of your turns, when an enemy follower that took damage this turn from an UmaMusume card you control is put from the field in the cemetery, draw a card, then discard a card. So as you can see, using this very early in the game will help us increase our Necrocharge count greatly. And that's everything about the deck. It is an UmaMusume universe deck, so you can only include UmaMusume universe cards in it. So you cannot add, for example, cards from other sets in Dragoncraft, Runecraft and stuff like that. We'll now move on to doing cost analysis. Okay, the deck is at approximately 290 at this moment. The main pricey cards of the deck is Seval Grant and her evolved form. You might not need 3 of them. Some people play 2, some people play 2 Hoko and 3 Seval. It depends how you prefer to build it. Okay. Another pricey card is Katsuragi at like 5 each, and Sirius Symboli at like 8 each. Everything else, and Jungle Pocket. It's basically the new card from the latest universe. Everything is actually from the latest one, other than very few. And then the tech options, which are not mandatory, is Sakura Laurel, Air Sakur, and Narita Top Road. However, they are not expensive, so I would recommend having them available in case you want to use them. And that's basically it. The UmaMusume starter deck is not required, aside from getting you a leader card for the universe. And this concludes the UmaMusume universe deck, and it slowly brings our video to a close. Although not mentioned in the video, there exist many more decks. Some examples are Idolmaster's universe decks, which are also getting support at the end of the month, UmaControl, Vincent Rune, Natura Dragon, Levine's Sword, Chess Deceived Rune, Goldship Haven, and many others. On the video description you will find timestamps for each deck, as well as example decklists to use to test them. Simply enter the codes on the Bushiroad Decklog website. Keep in mind that this does not mean that all the decks provided are 100% optimized for competitive play, and you should get assistance as I'm not familiar with all of them. I'm counting on you to excuse minor wording mistakes, such as saying that Dragoncraft's Bear Knight super evolve heals for 7 instead of 5. Last but not least, there will be other links available. For example, one will contain translations for cards in the upcoming sets, and another has Japanese decklists that had wins in their corresponding formats. Here I must say a big thank you to the people who helped organize those lists and provide them to the Shadowverse Evolve community. I will also provide a couple of other links in the description that may prove useful to you, such as the Shadowverse Evolve Discord server and some others. I wish the video was not too exhausting to watch. I did my best to summarize the main decks of every class in as little time as possible. Hopefully everyone found a class and deck that you liked and that you will enjoy playing the game as much as I have. Wish you best of luck in your duels, and thank you for watching.